Okay, now you will hear me like louder. Okay, so, well, thank you for coming. We have three interesting presentations today around online and distance education, in which we will, well, there will be three aspects, three issues that are quite important in this context. That also, I think they were also quite emphasized with the pandemic. We have a presentation about synchronous education and how could a right mix of different kinds of synchronous education be designed or be considered. Then we have another presentation about cameras, how students use or don't use cameras, why, and also a really hot topic during the pandemic. In the faculty members, we were always wondering why, or they didn't use the cameras, what happened right now at that point. And then we had a third presentation on online exams, also a really hot topic, not only for traditional universities, but also distance education universities. So with these three presentations, we can start today. And we will first start with the presentation, a group concept mapping study on student and teacher perceptions of synchronous distance education, that will be presented by Mr. Iwan Boperijs from the Open Universiteit in the Netherlands. He's an educational technologist and lecturer at the Open Universiteit and facilitates and professionalizes instructors. He's running educational innovation projects related to ICT. He's an expert in instructional design for distance learning and the use of technology within that context, and is also a member of the Dutch Acceleration Plan Educational Innovation with ICT. Well, with this presentation, we can start today with the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and welcome to you all. Welcome to this seminar on online learning. And I am Iwan Boperijs of the Open University, just introduced. I will tell you something more about synchronous education. And synchronous education at distance universities is quite a challenge, and we are exploring that challenge. And this is one of the research we did on perceptions of students and teachers on synchronous education. Well, at our university, we have all kinds of perception on synchronous education. This might be a perception of one of my colleagues. I will come to this at the end of the presentation, whether this is true. Should we invest heavily in learning spaces where we provide synchronous education? And this is actually the same colleague who said something about the teacher or the instructor or lecturer in online distance education. Is it important? Should we focus on the instructor, the lecturer in this when we implement more synchronous education? This is the result of my project, of this research project we did. These are the perceptions of students and teachers, and I will come to this. So what does this mean? And this is the input of all what the participants in this research did. So a lot of figures, a lot of data, and I will elucidate these data. So it's about synchronous distance education, and synchronous distance education I will briefly introduce. So where does it stand, this synchronous education? And this is the research question. Of course, we have a research question. We want to know what it exactly involves, this synchronous distance education at the OU NL. So what does this feature? What are the features of synchronous education? And the goal of this research was to provide input for the vision on the future of synchronous education, distance education at the OU NL. So if we look at the landscape of learning activities, here you see a table. You see different modes where we can focus at, and from asynchronous to synchronous mode, so the when and with whom mode, I must say. And we have also, of course, a mode which says, should it be done on-site, online, and of course we have all kinds of mixes, blends, and so forth. And for instance, if you mix asynchronous and synchronous, you get bichronous. There's a famous paper of Florence Martin on this. And if you mix everything, you have a very high flex situation where you have both on-site, online, but also asynchronous, synchronous, the high flex method introduced by Purdue University in the United States. So my focus is on the synchronous part of online distance education, and in this table are these columns actually. So of course the synchronous, online, on-site and mixed forms, but also the hybrid forms where you mix both online, on-site, but also synchronous, you mix everything. Everything where there is a part synchronous education. So at the OUNL, we have a new model, and this new model, the abbreviation is Activating Academic Distance Education, EADTU. And it's very important that we also look at very activating forms, and now it's possible with new technology also to focus on synchronous education and also synchronous online. And because, well, a lot of research says it's good for learning, it's good for ties, for bonding within the university, and also for motivation, which is a moderator for all the two above things, of course. However, synchronicity might impact flexibility, because students have to come together at the same time, and that's sometimes a big problem for students who are working with all kinds of obligations. So what did we do? Because we want to know how students think and also teachers think about this synchronous part of distance education. So we used a method which is called group concept mapping. And group concept mapping means that you gather data, information from a group of, in this case, students and experts, teachers, and they do this in a specific methodically good way. And I will discuss this method briefly, but you get a kind of, well, group concept map, which looks like it's the image of the whole group, how they think about a specific topic, in this case, synchronous online education. So we invited students and lecturers, about 60 students, about 10 lecturers were the participants in this study. And they generated features, they sorted the features, and they rated the features. So it is a three-phase method. So this is the data collection. And if we look at the generation of features, they had to fill in a prompt. So the prompt was synchronous OUNL education ... So they had to fill in all kinds of features. And we provided also some examples of features. The method of data analysis, so this multivariate statistics, we had a multidimensional scaling, so you get a two-dimensional map, hierarchical cluster analysis, so you get these clusters within the map. Then you semantically analyze what is the good cluster configuration. You use all kinds of statistics like the anchoring, bridging analysis, I will discuss this later, and also you rate the features based on importance, but also is it feasible? So are these features feasible? So the results. So the participants generated 343 features, and after a cleanup, 99 unique features were left. Then they sorted the feature in the second round, and on average there were 9 clusters, the median 8, and a range from, well, quite a large range. Some saw only 3 clusters, others were very detailed and saw 22 clusters, but the median says, well, most of them, well, they clustered it for about 8 clusters. Then the rating, we focused on importance and feasibility with a 5-point rating scale. So this multidimensional scaling, it resulted in a point map, a 2-dimensional map, and this point map included the 99 features. So the distances between the features does mean something. So if they are close to each other, they are also clustered very often. So this is an example. So for instance, number 89 and number 19 are hardly clustered to each other. So they are at the ends of the point map. So we did a hierarchical cluster analysis, and that works as follows. You go through this semantically, you analyze each merge of a clustering, and then you get this procedure, and you stop at the moment you think that a merge is not very useful or semantically interesting. So we ended up with 6 clusters, and I will briefly discuss the clusters. So the first one is about bonding, ties within the university, connection between teachers and learners, but also between the students. So for instance, synchronous online OUNL education ensures connection between the OUNL and its students, facilitates contact between students and faculty and students. It stimulates dialogue, so these are the kind of features within this cluster. Then we have the second cluster, which is openness. We are an open university, so it's important that we are very inclusive. This is a very important cluster. I will mention it later. And also, it should be provided in a very user-friendly, accessible environment. User-friendly, open to everyone. Then we go to the next cluster. It's time. It should be flexibly scheduled. It has a pre-arranged beginning, so it has to do with scheduling this synchronous part of your curriculum. And should it be mandatory? Also interesting questions you can pose. The mode, so modality, well, asynchronous, not asynchronous. For instance, someone said it should be always available online, so an online component should always be part of synchronous education, should be recorded. So that's also interesting features on that. Interaction, also very important, of course. Synchronous means interaction. That's the focus also of this type of education, of course. So, but it is also challenging, and it challenges students to discuss things which they cannot do at their own or asynchronous. Then instruction is also very important to instruction and designing this instruction in a very good way. So it should be thought out, and that's very important. We did rating on importance and feasibility. And if you look at that, you get this cluster map you saw at the beginning. So here you see which clusters are more important than others. So for instance, the open cluster, which has to do with inclusiveness and adhering to diversity, is the most important cluster. And also interaction, of course, is very important. The ties, the bonding, so these are important aspects of online distance education, focusing on the synchronous part. Here you see some statistics of these clusters. So you see that the open cluster has the largest mean with regard to the importance rating, and well, actually the mode is far less important. So we should, of course, focus on how to arrange that as educators and also educational technologists. But for the students and the teachers, it's just a fact of life. It's there. It has to be good, and but the other aspects are more important. The importance. So what is, for instance, a very important feature? Well, what I just said, delivery. It should be user-friendly. Synchronous education, so the virtual classroom, for instance, should be very, very user-friendly. So usability is an important aspect, and this inclusiveness. So it's mentioned here as the 5th feature, but is also mentioned as a very highly rated. There are also very low-rated features, and they have to do with the organization. Well, someone said, for instance, we have study centers at the Open University where students can take their exams, but also meet with other students and their teachers. There are some in the Netherlands, some in Belgium. Someone said, well, synchronous distance education makes large study centers unnecessary, but it is rated very low. So these study centers might be very important for the future, where you do all kinds of hybrid education and so forth. So you need some places in our country where students also can meet physically or hybridly, or how do you call that? So feasibility, also important. So how do students look at these aspects? Are they impossible to implement? So this inclusiveness, it's according to the students and the teachers, it's to do. You can do that as an institute. So focus on these aspects, I would say. Well, if you combine these two variables, then you see that there are, at the right upper corner, important features which are feasible and also important. And also these, for instance, inclusiveness feature is very high on feasibility and also highly scored on importance. So here's a table. Then a discussion. So I think it's important to focus on these data. What does it mean for an open university, for instance, if you have these perceptions of students? Of course, this is a group of 50 students, but representative for the population. I think that we as an institute should focus, if we want to implement more and better synchronous distance education, that it should be focusing on inclusiveness. So the open cluster was very important, but we have to take every student into account. So also those who don't have the opportunity to do things very good online or on-site, coming to a study center, for instance. So we should give a very flexible option for students to, if they want to go to synchronous sessions at the Open University. Within this session, interaction is important, and there the teacher has a very prominent factor, and this teacher has also a prominent factor in the design of these synchronous sessions. So instructional design, well thought of synchronous education is also very important. Of course, we know that as open universities, distance universities, that instructional design is very important, but still, and this is also mentioned in this data. Relatively unimportant is the mode. Of course, you have to create such environments, learning spaces, and that is, of course, very expensive, but for the stakeholders such as, the users, such as students and teachers, this is not a very important thing. It's a means, it's not an end, the mode. So looking back at these two things at the beginning of my presentation, the lecturer. Yes, the lecturer is very important. We should educate the lecturer on synchronous education, how to organize hybrid, how to organize good online education in a synchronous mode, and also if you mix these things. So also on-site, sometimes it's on-site, but it should have an online component, so as the students said. This is also seen in the map, this importance of the teacher. If you look at the center of the map, there is a feature, and that feature says the following. So, synchronous OUNL education becomes better when lecturers take a look at their colleagues. So, this is a very interesting thing. So, we should educate our lecturers, of course, but they should also learn from each other. So there should be much more a community within our university where they learn from each other and help each other to create good synchronous distance education. So this is what we call a bridging factor, of a bridging feature in this concept map. So it relates to a lot of things in the map. But it was remarkable. And then finally, should we invest heavily in this learning spaces, so very advanced learning spaces? I think we should explore these learning spaces, but as an institute, you should also be aware of, is it useful for our population, our type of education? Should we have, well, places like this and put all kinds of screens around it in a very large place? Might be, if it's part of your education. But probably, as an open university, you are more looking at smaller groups of students, and that you can have much smaller learning spaces, for instance, for the hybrid part of your education. And of course, we should focus on more the online part, I think, because online is one thing which is also important. I have only 1 minute left, and well, this is actually also the last thing I had to say. So we had a lot of data on perceptions of students on synchronous distance education, and we will use that for our vision for the future at the Open University of the Netherlands. Thank you very much. And if there are questions, please ask them.
Thank you very much. You deal with the time, good with the time, because we started a bit later. So we have now around 5 minutes for questions. Yeah, here. I think there is a micro. It should work, I think. Yeah.
Yes, it works. I would say, indeed, as you mentioned, instructional design is a crucial element in this. In my experience and in my conviction, also the quality of preparedness of students and the quality of their interaction. In what way these aspects were present in your multidimensional scaling? Did you?
I can expand. I can answer this question. This was not actually there in this data, but it is a very, very important thing. Study readiness, what we call, is a very study readiness regarding all the types of education you have should be present. What is in this data, if you look at the instruction cluster, is that some of the teachers said we need this instructional design very well thought of, focus on variety, diversity in learning techniques, teacher techniques, and in Dutch werkvormen, of working forms. And that's important that we have also a large variety, also because collaborative learning is now much more important in our university. We have cohorts of students. We can now organize that also at a distance. And then we should also focus more on this, well, teaching the teachers, the instructors, to organize these kind of modes and learning activities. So it was partly in the data, but more from the instructor side, not from the student side.
Thank you. I think we have still time for some more questions or comments. There. Thank you.
Why did you mix the section of students and teachers? Why not separate analysis if there are differences between the two?
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, we still can do that within our data. We can mix because all the steps in this procedure are done individually. We only had an evaluation session at the end where we discussed the results. So that was a group session. But I can still focus on the various parts, although I don't think there will be a lot of differences. And the point is that I have only seven teachers in this whole group, so it's a very small group. It says something, but actually the focus is on the student. But yeah, it would be better if I had 50 teachers, of course, and 50 students, for instance. Unfortunately, that was difficult.
Great. Some more questions or comments? We have still time for one another. No? Okay.
No questions.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
And also thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you again. So we will start the second presentation. The title is Webcam Use of Students in Online Teaching and Learning Activities. It will be presented by Professor Andre Biet. He's affiliated to the Ghent University and Arte Velde University College. He's teaching courses on human behavior and education in both institutions. Apart from being academic, he also served as head of study support facilities, innovation in teaching and learning, research and development, and quality assurance. He has a extended portfolio on instruments and agencies on quality assurance. You can also find more in the bio. I found it really impressive, so much involvement in different tools about quality assessment, quality management, etc. So we will start then this second presentation. Thank you, and the floor is yours.
Well, first of all, I would like to introduce a new concept, and that may be strange, but we know we have the difference between online and on-site, and distance and on-site. I would introduce the concept of on-site distance teaching. When I see this room and you sitting far from me, there is quite some distance. Maybe that's something to think about in the future, because more and more we will have, also in teaching, we will have large auditoria in which we will teach online, and so there will be a lot of space between the lecturer and the students, and that's a crucial issue in this, because we need interaction, and we also need interaction in our online teaching. And that was my main question when I was teaching in the past 2 years. I teach a lot, and frequently I hear colleagues stating things about the quality of the online teaching and the fact that not many students are very active. And so I wondered, because, for example, the use of webcam in this is very important to enhance the interactivity of the online teaching. And my colleagues then frequently asked me, are you asking questions to students when you are online teaching? I said, of course. You need to ask questions to students to have some interactivity. So I wondered about this, and I started a study in which first I would focus on the reasons why students do not use their webcam, even if the lecturer frequently politely invites the students to do so. This is what you mostly get when you are online teaching. And so you are lecturing in front of icons, in front of pictures, but it is hard to really teach or lecture on an interactive and dynamic basis when you don't see the students in front of you. So this is a very important issue. And when you ask students why they don't put their webcam on, you get a variety of reasons. Students saying, well, I still have makeup on from a party yesterday evening, or the lighting here in my room is not good, or I have technical problems with my webcam, or I'm sitting in a library and so I cannot put my webcam on, or I have problems with my Wi-Fi, it doesn't allow to have a video connection. Mostly when I asked students directly during the session what their problem was, most answers, about 80% of them, said, well, I have technical failure, I cannot use it. Of course, these are reasons that students mention explicitly, but are these reasons really true? So I invite students frequently to come into the picture. From the 100, 200, 300, 400, even 500 students who are online, I invite some of them to put their webcam on and to have a small interaction with me. And sometimes they are a bit surprised, of course, when they see their own image. And so I looked into this some further. I must say that the opinion about online teaching and online learning is very positive in students. You see here that almost 90% of the students really like online teaching when it is used properly. More than 60% even would like to have more interactive online teaching. Almost 70% wouldn't mind even having up to 50% of online teaching. And more than 60% wouldn't mind having more online collaborative learning. So these are very important figures. Now I want to ask you, what do you think that students would answer on these questions? So, for example, how many of the students would say, when asked anonymously by an online questionnaire, not by the lecturer asking them individually, but in an anonymous questionnaire online, how many of the students would say that when they don't use the webcam, this is mostly because of technical failure, or because of avoiding attention being drawn to themselves, or maybe they worry about their appearance. I have some artificial intelligence software here built in that is now trying to read what you are thinking, and it's still processing, but these are the results. So this is the percentage according to an estimation of lecturers, according to you. I will show you what the students really said about this, and the difference between what lecturers think students are saying and what students themselves are saying is very important, of course, because this allows you to have more online teaching based upon the real situation of students. So the purpose of the study was, first of all, to investigate how the webcam use in students is in higher education, what the underlying causes are for not using the webcam, and what the contributing factors are to use the webcam actively in interactive online sessions. I used for this a sample of students to whom I teach also myself. And these are students from the study programs of teacher training, a program in healthcare on professional level, bachelor level, and a program postgraduate and master level in healthcare at the university. So 2 programs at University of Applied Sciences and 1 program in the University of Ghent. This allowed to have a good mixture. It is important to have students that have a variety of online teaching, but since they all had teaching from me, in which there is a certain kind of instructional design involved, they also had a similar experience. There are 5 sets of questions involved. Questions about the reasons for not using the webcam, questions about opinion and feelings regarding webcam use, feelings about their own appearance, their opinion about online teaching and learning, and their own experience with online teaching sessions, but also with online oral communication in daily life by using their smartphone, either without image, camera-based, or with image, camera-based. These were the questions as they were presented to the students in Dutch, and so they could fill in based on a Likert scale, but you see that on the Likert scale, the score of 3 doesn't mean neutral here, but rather agree. I rather agree that this is the case for me. So it's a differentiated Likert scale, allowing for students to really make a choice. These are the response rates, and you see that when you look at the number of students who have responded, we have about 100 in teacher training, 85 in students of oral hygiene, and when you combine the undergraduate and postgraduate course of physiotherapy students, you have more or less a similar number of students. The percentage of response rate was the largest in the professional healthcare program and the lowest in the academic program at the university. This can be explained by contextual reasons. The main or the most important thing is at the bottom row, you can see that when looking at the percentage within the response group, there is really a nice balanced participation of the 3 programs. And here are some interesting results. You see, so on the left, it means, no, this is not the case for me, I don't agree at all, or here the scores on the Likert scale of 1 and 2 are combined, and also 4 and 5 are combined. So this gives a very clear overview. And it is a striking finding that you see that it's not about technical problems, that's mostly the issue here. It's not about cultural or privacy issues here. And it even is not, well, it is in a certain amount, but not according to what students live state to the lecturers. It's not about being busy with other things or having the risk of disturbing others. It has really to do with attention being drawn to themselves and, well, the fact that they feel that they are looking messy or that they are in a messy room and they won't like to be on the webcam in this situation. So I further investigated in what way the self-image conscientiousness or consciousness could be a very important factor in this. You see here that on the bottom, most of the students feel that it is good to use the webcam in small groups. They like it and they think it is really effective, that it is good. So it's not simply a question of liking or disliking it. It's about, is it good in the sense of instructional design and effectiveness. But most of the students state that it is a problem for them to be in the picture. So they are convinced that it is good and they even like it, but they don't want really to participate. And that's, of course, an issue here. What about their feelings of regarding their own appearance? About 50% of the students, more than 50% of the students, say, well, I do worry about my appearance. And more than 60% of the students say, I have a problem even looking at my own image. You know, I came across this phenomenon because I have about 36 or 37 years of experience in teaching. No, 38 or 39 even. I'm getting old. And the past years, you know, I also supervise exams. I like to supervise exams. Strange to say, perhaps, but I like to see how students make their exams. And I also, in that situation, always ask them to put their identification card on their table with the picture on top. I noticed in the past years that more and more students really don't do this. They put their identification card on their table, but upside down. They don't like to look at their own image. Very strange. What is their opinion about online teaching and learning? At the bottom you see that most of the students, even practically 90% of them, state that they like online teaching when used properly. And more than 60% state that they would like more interactive online teaching. I also asked about their experience with using visual communication by smartphone. And interestingly, there was a relation between the frequency of use of camera-based communication with peers, with families, with relatives, by smartphone, and their view on using the webcam in teaching, in online teaching. And it was striking to see a U-shaped curve here. And that could be explained in the sense that students who have really regular use of visual communication by smartphone, they really don't have a problem with using the webcam in online teaching. They even like it. Students who have really a very limited experience maybe are a little bit hesitant, but they have not enough experience to state that they would dislike it. The problem is in the students in between who use the visual communication aids on their smartphone on a weekly or even daily basis. Perhaps, this is a hypothesis further to investigate, perhaps they have sometimes had an experience that was putting them in a not so easy situation, and that they were feeling a certain amount of discomfort. That could be. So there is a very close relation between the two elements, and probably in the future, the near future, as more and more students will use visual communication with their smartphone, probably the proneness to use the webcam in online teaching will also increase. So that's something further to investigate in the coming years. Now about the findings about the webcam use and how students versus teachers or lecturers rate this. Here you have the percentages given by the students themselves, and here you have both of them. In orange, those of the lecturers, and in blue, those of the students. And you see a discrepancy between, for example, the ratings given by the lecturers about disliking or liking the use of webcam in interactive online meetings. It's important to know because a lot of lecturers think differently than the students think about this. Also about the reason why not using the webcam. According to the students, about 70% of them state that they're not using the webcam is due to avoiding attention. So a lot more than 2/3. While according to the lecturers, this is a limited amount of students. So the perception is very important also for teachers and lecturers who are using the online teaching as a means. The role of self-image consciousness is, in this study, became very apparent. More than half of the students don't like the use of webcam in lectures with large groups. Most of the students state that it is good to use webcam in small groups, but more than a third mostly doesn't do this. The most influential reasons for not using the webcam is the attention being drawn to their self, and the concern about the self-image seems to be a crucial element. So we have here a balance between, on the one hand, a willingness, a positive attitude towards online teaching and learning and about the interactive character of online teaching, but a number of students feel uncomfortable when webcams are involved, as they might be implicated in interactive activity. What are the implications now? There is a problem of engaging students to use webcams. That's the first thing. The second thing is that this problem mainly is based on feelings and worries of students regarding their own appearance. Thirdly, the findings point out the need for supportive teaching strategies to overcome these issues. And fourth, probably the increase in camera-based online communication in daily life will positively influence webcam use by students in the near future. I'm open to questions.
Thank you. Some questions? Yeah.
Were there any gender differences in the responses?
Well, in this study, we didn't ask any identification questions. So we were not asking about age. This is a first study, so in a follow-up study, we will do a study with an even larger group of students in which we will ask those questions about age, gender, and so on. But in this questionnaire, we didn't use any identification, except we can, of course, state that these all are students participating in these courses that were mentioned.
Some more questions? Here, yes.
Not quite a question, but just to say that some colleagues and myself have done some very similar work, which is reported in the paper this afternoon, and seen very, very similar patterns. So the fact that students are not willing to put their webcams as a reflection, not wanting to expose themselves, but I think it reflects other types of interaction as well. It's not just the webcam, it would also be a little bit reluctant in various other ways. So it's actually tied to the broader thing. And a similar thing that what tutors think that students think is not what students think about themselves. So very interesting. And I think also something we've picked up is the relationship between students who use on webcams and engaging with online interaction generally. It is tied to wider views of what they think learning and education is. So it's actually a very broad thing which you can see influencing their behavior in particular contexts, and very obviously in this issue about work.
Yeah.
I just wondered whether, with that in mind, whether you thought that actually it will be true that people will change their behavior over time, or if there is a group of students in the middle there who are just very unwilling to be exposed as the individual in any situation.
Yeah, well, that is indeed interesting to investigate, and I'm now preparing a study in which I would do an experiment, in which I would do an intervention, trying to influence students' behavior. Yeah? And For this, of course, you need a substantial amount of students and select students on an equal basis. Students that have a certain willingness and students that are quite reticent about it. So I hope to give some answers to that question in 2 years' time. But of course, other factors, as you state, are influencing also. So it will be difficult always to disentangle those. So for the moment, I am really focusing on, and this, according to me, was a very striking finding, the finding about self-image consciousness. You know, we always talk about self-consciousness, and but here it is apparently an issue of self-image consciousness. You know, students of this generation are really the generation brought up with images, yeah? Seeing images of others on Facebook, on Instagram, and we are aware of the fact that this has an influence on their self-image. And my guess is that this really is a very important factor, more than the other factors, probably even more than their willingness to interact online. So in the next study, I would like to focus on those two factors, the self-image consciousness and their attitude towards interactive online learning.
Yes. I have also a question. You did this online.
Yeah.
So would you expect the same results when you, for instance, in an on-site setting, where the teacher also sees their students? Are students also nowadays aware of how they look like or whatsoever? And you have also now the hybrid situation, when there is a camera on the group, and there is, of course, also a camera on the individuals online.
Yeah.
Would you expect the same kind of results or different because people are online?
Yeah, well, of course, the setting is not entirely comparable. Yeah, being in a group with other students. That's why I always ask the question to put their webcam on, not as an individual student, but being present with a number of other students. And that indeed is an influential factor in itself, because I asked about their attitude towards being alone with the teacher, with the other students also available online, but being alone in the picture, or being together with other students in the picture. And there was a clear difference. So as long as that they are with others, their reticence is a little bit modulated. Being on site with others, while being aware that a video is being taken about their behavior in the room, well, first of all, there is of course a clear Hawthorne effect, which we always have when students are being observed. And in fact, when recordings are made of students in a room, I would guess that, of course, students would like to appear more concentrated. Yeah? But my finding, at least in lecturing, is that the number of students who are present in on-site teaching while the teaching is being recorded, the number of students is decreasing, certainly when they know that it is being recorded and being available later on. But I've noticed also an influence in the attention that students pay during the lecture. Simply because of their knowledge, okay, I can be present here and I can show my presence, and showing their presence for some students may be important in the sense of being confident, okay, the teacher sees that I'm present, so the teacher has an image of me as a student who is engaged and committed and so on, while at the same time thinking of totally different things. And this would indeed be a very interesting thing to study with students, student groups, both online and on-site. So I would invite to do a joint study in the next years. Yeah.
Thank you. There was some other question or comment? Oh, yeah. The last one, and then we will move to the next presentation.
Thank you very much for the presentation. From your study, do you recommend anything or any findings that how we can encourage participation with the cameras and also online participation?
I didn't quite understand, because you have to put on the mic.
Sorry.
Yeah.
From your work, can you suggest or recommend any possible ways to encourage and motivate the students to come with the webcams on and interactive?
Yeah, well, to give you one simple, very practical element, so I'm now developing also some guidelines, both for students and for lecturers. And one simple element was, and this was based on my observation, that a lot of students showed amazement when they put on their webcam. You know, they put on their webcam, they see their image, and they suddenly see that in the background of their image there is something that shouldn't be there, or whatever, I don't know. So I saw sometimes a surprise. And there is a very simple solution, of course, but which frequently lecturers use when not using slides, but that is not very well known by students, and this is simply blurring the background image, yeah? Or choosing another background. And I've noticed that there are only a very limited number of students who are using this. So for a number of students who are stating, I don't put my webcam on mostly because I'm in a situation or in a room that, well, looks a bit messy and disturbing others and so on, this is a very simple solution. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you again for the presentation. So we are moving to the third and last presentation of the session, which is the impact of online exams on the quality of distance learners' exam and exam revision experience, perspectives from the Open University UK. That's going to be presented by Dr. Carlton Wood from the Open University. He has a background as a biologist, environmental scientist, and is a member of the Environment, Earth, and Ecosystem Science School. He has also been an associate dean for student experience, as well within the STEAM faculty for the last 5 years, as well as deputy director of the Open University's assessment program. So, well, welcome. I think it's a really interesting topic. We have a project on this topic, so I'm really interested to know more about this.
Thank you very much indeed for the introduction, Victoria. My name is Carlton Wood. I'm replacing Simon Cross, who was meant to deliver this presentation, but unfortunately was taken ill at the weekend. We're very interested at the Open University in looking at the impact of online exams. And the background to this was we're thinking of moving towards online exams on a sort of permanent basis, and we wish to undertake a survey of students' views around this. And I'll explain the sort of significance of that as I'm going through the talk. So there is growing interest in online assessment, clearly across the sector, and the pandemic just made that sort of situation worse in many ways. It's quite clear that's the direction that most institutions want to go in, and it's also quite clear that that's what sort of students are beginning to tell us as well. And we know exams present a particular challenge at universities, both for sort of staff and for students, mainly because well, say, hey, we want them to be sort of efficient, reliable. They tend to be quite high stakes as well. So there's a lot resting on them, both from a sort of student perspective, but also from an institutional perspective as well. And it's really important that we understand the sort of the student exam experience in all of this, because we want students to perform to the best of their abilities. So trying to understand any of the issues that prevent that from occurring is really important. And so we've, certainly at the Open University in the UK, we've done a lot of work trying to identify the kind of factors that will allow students to do their best in an exam situation. And one of the things that underpins this, and it's often sort of forgotten to some extent, is the process around revision. And if revision period for students is undertaken sort of correctly and well, students stand more chance of going into the exam being in a better position to do well. So we've looked at that in quite a bit of detail over the years. So one of the interesting things about this particular work that we've done is, I think when universities had sort of swapped across as a result of the pandemic from, say, some face-to-face exams towards online exams, they were able to sort of question their students about what they thought, but there wasn't really a sort of data set that they could link that back to. Well, we're in a sort of very fortunate position, is that both in 2015 and in 2019, we undertook a very large-scale survey of students about their attitudes towards feedback, about exams, and about revision. And we had that, and we've published that in a number of different ways. So what we were able to do was link that work to the work whereby we want to find out what students are thinking about online exams and put those two things together. So we're able to undertake a survey at the beginning of this year, asking questions that we've previously asked on those two previous surveys. So, say it was conducted at the start of the year. The OU is the largest distance education establishment in the UK. We've got about 200,000 students. There's round about 90,000 of those take exams in a typical academic year. And what we did is we looked at two data sets. We looked at the data sets which we're calling Study 1, which were taken pre-pandemic. So this is before COVID was around. And then in the second survey that we did, the second study, we looked at similar set of questions, but looking at exams students had taken either in 2020, as the pandemic occurred, or in 2021, where we maintained the use of online exams. And we had 4 particular questions that we wanted to answer. So the first one was centered around the student experience of revision. The second centered around the student experience of looking at a conventional versus a remote online exam. We wanted to know whether older students and younger students had a different experience around exams. And we also wanted to know if there was any gender specific differences in the process as well. So I'm going to give you results around these 4 particular questions. Just a bit of background. So if you know anything about the work in this particular area from the OU, you might have heard of the CFAR acronym. So that's the Student Experience of Feedback, Assessment and Revision. That survey 2015 and 2019. And so we were able to take a subset of questions from that survey. The CFAR surveys that we did, 120 questions, and we took a subset of those particular questions to use in this survey that we did earlier this year. There were 16 particular items within that survey. And so we took the second survey, which we were calling Student Experience of Pandemic Exams, and what we did is I'm from the assessment program at the Open University, and we teamed up with the OU's Institute of Educational Technology, who'd run the previous CFAR surveys. So what we were able to do was to sort of target it across the whole of the university. And we asked about student experience of online exams in 2020 and in 2021, and we used those same 16 questions that we'd used previously. In the CFAR surveys, we had 572 responses. In the survey that we did of the students who'd sat the online exams, it was 562 responses. We were careful just to check that there was no difference with respect to age, gender, and proportion of declared disability, which there wasn't. And then we used a subset of the responses in our survey. The reason we used a subset was that occasionally a student had got through that hadn't actually sat an online exam. So we took those out, but there was still a relatively large number of students involved in the survey. So, in terms of the survey results, the students were reporting that there was they'd sat 57 different OU modules with a remote exam, and 88% of those had participated in some kind of remote online exam. It's interesting because some of them were sort of completely online, but some of them, particularly in the sort of maths type area, were where students had written answers down on a piece of paper and scanned that in. So it's debatable whether you count that sort of online or not, but for the purpose of this, we're counting those. And interestingly as well, there was a range of different exam types which are covered here. You'll see there's a sort of preponderance towards the sort of shorter answer questions on here, which probably indicates the greater use of exams that we see in the science, technology, engineering, and maths type of area. When we looked at the survey responses, there are 4 faculties at the Open University, but there's only 2 of those which make greater use of exams. So the Faculty of Arts and Social Science, which is FAS, and the other one is the Science, Technology, Engineering and Maths faculty. So we chose to look at target our analysis down on those 2 main faculties that use the online exams. So we tagged it on the Faculty of Arts and Social Science and the Science, Technology, Engineering and Maths. And we analysed each faculty separately to start off with. So the first question was looking at the student experience of revising for an exam. And there was a number of different questions that we asked. 7 main ones, which are listed here. These are the same 7 that we'd asked in the previous surveys back in 2015 and 2019. And I guess we were hoping that the student experience would be similar. And that's exactly what we found. We found there was no significant difference. We asked students on a sort of Likert scale to agree from strongly agree to strongly disagree. There was no difference in terms of from a STEM response to this. So they found the experience of revising for an exam the same, be it online or face-to-face. When we went and analysed the results from the Faculty of Arts and Social Science, there was a difference, only a single difference, and that was around the question about, I often felt anxious when revising for my exam. So the response was, if they were revising for a face-to-face exam, they felt more anxious. They felt less anxious when they were revising for an online exam, which is interesting. That result wasn't seen in STEM, only in Faculty of Arts and Social Science. So we went to second question around the student experience of sitting a conventional versus a remote exam. Do they differ? So there was 9 questions. Again, these were the same 9 questions that we'd used previously back in that 2015 and 2019 survey, covering a range of different experience factors that students are likely to have sitting an exam. Results for STEM again. Okay, so science, technology, engineering, and maths. And this time, there was 2 items that stood out and were statistically significant. So the first was that the exam was harder than they were expecting, which is interesting. I'll come back to that in a second. And the other one was that they were satisfied with the quality of the environment in which they were taking the exam. And they were more satisfied if they were taking an online exam because they were taking the exam at home. So they were sort of controlling the environment in some ways. Going back to the earlier point about the exam was harder than they were expecting, it's difficult to know the exact reason for this, but I strongly suspect it was because we analysed students who took the exams in 2020 and 2021. At the OU in the UK, the exam papers were already written for 2020 when the pandemic struck, so we basically just had to go ahead with exams using papers that were designed to be taken in a closed environment in an exam hall. So they were like relatively easy for students who were then taking those at home, so therefore we had to standardize the results down quite heavily. And clearly we learned from that experience, as everyone else did, and so in 2021 the exams were adapted to make them, to ask students to sort of apply their knowledge in more ways. And I think because students hadn't sort of seen that type of question so often was probably why they said they thought the exams were harder than they were in previous years. In terms of the results from FAS, the only difference on the Faculty of Arts and Social Science was again, this one around the sort of home environment. They were more happy taking the exam in a home environment. And again, from an Open University perspective, we've got a lot of students that have got sort of childcare responsibilities or disabilities, so being able to take things at home clearly would suit quite a lot of students. So third question around is the older student experience similar to the younger student? We could have cut the data in a number of different ways. The cutoff point we used for this was that students 35 and younger were counted as the young students, 36 and greater were the older students. And this one is interesting. So fewer younger students report being anxious with online exams than conventional exams, but the opposite pattern is true for older students. There's fewer anxious when taking conventional exams. So it may be something to do with students' confidence with using being online. So in terms of having to upload answers back onto the computer. In terms of age, so the exam that was harder than I was expecting. So in response to this particular question, there was no difference. So younger students showed no difference of experience between online remote exams and conventional exams, but almost twice as many older students find the remote online exams harder than expected than conventional exams. So it's interesting, it's the older students that seem to be sort of preferentially affected by this. And then we're interested in looking whether there was any difference between female students and male students. At this point, we'd put the data together from both the faculties that we were looking at. So in terms of anxiety, there was no significant difference between conventional remote exams for male and female students. But when asked the question about whether they were harder than expected, a greater percentage of both male and female students find online exams to be harder than expected. However, a smaller proportion of male students, about 8%, than female students did not find it harder than expected. So there's a hint there that that male students are finding that the online exams are a little bit more straightforward. So, just going back through the key findings again. So, in terms of the research question 1, the only difference that we saw here was that FAST students appear to be less anxious revising for remote online exams. And it's probably because of the sort of home environment side of things, they're more comfortable revising at home. In terms of the research finding 2, the students of both STEM and FAS were more satisfied with a home environment when taking online remote exams. But a greater proportion of STEM students found online exams to be harder than expected. So, whether that will change over time as more students get used to these adapted exams is difficult to say. In terms of research finding 3, younger students, for 35 or under, find online remote exams less stressful than conventional exams, but the reverse is true of older students. And a greater proportion of older students find online exams harder than expected, and the trend's not observed for younger students. So it's interesting because if you look at the average age of students at the Open University UK, it's around about 29. So it's gradually dropping as well. So that suggests that we're coming into the area where the sort of online exams might be sort of more favoured anyway. In terms of research question 4, there was no significant difference found. So there's far fewer male students than female students finding remote exams, so they're not finding it any harder than they were expected. The interesting thing is, as part of this survey, when we asked students how many of them preferred online versus face-to-face exams, 79% said they preferred online exams. So the vast majority preferring online exams, and that has moved from the previous survey that we did back in 2019, when there was about 72% said they preferred online. So there's been a gradual shift, and I know just from talking to colleagues, so University College London are finding a similar kind of thing, a high percentage preferring online exams, and it's shifting towards more students preferring online exams as time goes on. So in terms of the concluding remarks, it's really important that you sort of investigate the whole of the exam experience, taking into account sort of the revision experiences as well. And so we've been lucky in that by having this sort of survey, ongoing survey, which we'd always intend to keep going over time and sort of compare back to previous results. It gave us a bit of a sort of marker, a bit of a line in the sand that we could compare the results to as a result of the pandemic. I mean, we never really sort of expected that we'd need to do that, but it's been very handy being able to do it. And it's important that we ask about revision as well as the exam period itself. And we hope that our findings will be of interest to distance learning providers and campus-based universities as they move towards more online exams. And if Simon had been here, it'd look like that. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. Really interesting. I will first ask the audience if there is some question. Yeah, there. Perhaps. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, thanks very much for your presentation. I just wondered about the format of the online exams. Were they invigilated? Were they open book? And do they differ between faculties?
So they weren't invigilated, they were open book, and they did vary between faculties. They varied in a number of ways. So both in terms of sort of question types, so some were sort of short answer, going all the way to sort of long essays, but also the duration of exams, particularly in 2020, changed. So pre-pandemic, if you'd said to any student or member of staff at the OU, what's an exam, they'd have gone 3-hour closed book in an exam hall. The pandemic happened, and we sort of released the shackles in some ways, and we had a range of different exam experiences. So some were 24-hour, some 3-day, some 7-day, and then later in 2020, because we have a number of different exam periods, we started to make greater use of time-limited exams to down to about sort of 3 hours or so, using our sort of Moodle system. But when the pandemic initially struck, we didn't have a chance to do that for a large number. So there was quite a lot of variation, but they were uninvigilated.
Yeah, that's really interesting, because we had a similar experience in Dublin City University. We had on open book exams, and the impact on revision was that students, the first time they did them, they didn't revise because they felt they didn't need to, and that had a huge impact on their performance. I don't know whether you found that as well.
We found exactly that. And the problem that we had in some areas was that the exam paper was written for a 3-hour closed book exam, and because of the pandemic conditions, we said, okay, 24 hours, which we thought we were being helpful. But in hindsight, that was probably not very helpful, because some students took that literally and said, oh, it's a 3-hour exam, I'll do it in 3 hours. And we told them, you know, it was designed to be done in 3 hours. So, but some students said, well, I've got 24 hours, so I'll spend 21 hours doing it. And then all of the marks went up. And in some areas, it was very difficult to get a normal distribution. It was sort of knife-edge. So as a consequence, partly because of the sort of the sort of regulatory conditions in the UK. On one hand, we're being told, don't be unfair to students, but on the other hand, don't increase your number of firsts too much. So there was a real tension there across the university, and so a number of students had their marks standardised down, which caused a lot of issues, because students had scored what to them seemed a very high percentage, but were getting a 2-1 or a 2-2, and so we learnt from that by making greater use of timed exams, and also trying to make greater use of sort of authentic type assessment in the exams as well.
Yes, there is another question over there.
I have a question regarding the standard practice at Open University regarding online exams. Are students allowed to take their online exams at home, or do you have exam centers across the country?
Currently at home. Pre-pandemic, we had about 600 centres across the UK and worldwide. But then the pandemic struck, and it was the students would just take it. Well, they could take them wherever they wanted, so at home or at a relative or wherever. And currently, we're still maintaining that position, partly because because of the scale of the operation and the fact it's not at our own site, if you like, we have to use other people's facilities, means it's quite a difficult thing to organise, and we're on the edge of going back to some face-to-face, particularly in some of the sort of STEM type areas, but it takes us quite a long time to be able to get into that position.
I'm asking this question because I would imagine that there could be an influence based on the, let's say, the characteristics of the population of the students who are following courses at an open university versus an on-site university, and that may be interesting to investigate whether there would be any differences. But
yeah. So as part of this survey, I haven't shown the results today. We looked at the sort of gender-specific differences, some of the disability type information as well, and it's quite clear. And also, in terms of protected characteristics, that say black students, minority ethnic students do better with online exams, and that appears to have been held across a number of different exam periods, and it appears to be a real effect. We're seeing a reduction in our awarding gaps of somewhere between 3% and 5%, which trying to get that from any other means is quite a difficult thing to do. So it's been a sort of a fortunate thing as a result of having online exams. It's something I think individual module teams have to be careful about when they're choosing their exam strategies going forward. That they can choose to return to face-to-face, but if they do, they may sacrifice some of these potential gains that we've seen over time.
Thank you. Is there any other question? Yes, there as well. Here as well. Okay.
Was there also proctoring involved in these exams? So with the camera at home?
Simple answer is no, not for these exams. We're looking to introduce sort of a wise flow system to have online exams going forward, and the plan is to potentially use it for those, but not for these. And that's been one of the sort of issues that we've seen when there was a sort of qualitative survey that was part of this as well, and that's one of the things that sort of students have expressed, a sort of concern about increased possibility of other students effectively cheating.
Yeah. I think there was one. Thank you.
We get lots of questions.
That's good.
My question actually is quite similar. You sort of touched on the answer, and it is how do you verify the identity of the candidate?
Sorry, how do you confirm the identity of the student?
They are who they're supposed to be.
Yeah. Okay. So it's a great question. So for the face-to-face exams that we used to have, there was like an identity check where a student used to take in a sort of passport or whatever. Interestingly, at the Open University, there were some modules that never had a face-to-face exam. They had something called an end-of-module assessment. It was effectively like a glorified essay. And there was never an identity check of those students. Roll forward to the pandemic, we go entirely online, and there wasn't a check other than the fact that students have to sort of upload through the sort of through the OU portal. So the students got to sort of sign on to the sort of system to be able to upload their answers. So there wasn't sort of someone checking with, say, like a video camera that the student is who they say they are. And that's one of the concerns that we've got going forward with going to a fully online system, is to what extent do we need to authenticate who the student is. Interestingly, other parts of the university are starting to get involved in that, because there's implications around fees as well. So students can get loans to study the Open University modules, and there's been some evidence that in one or two cases, some students have obtained some funding that they shouldn't have had, because there wasn't a complete authentication system in place. So the university is sort of trying to tackle that, and we're trying to sort of marry ourselves up with them to try and use the sort of same technology. Good question. The problem we find at the university is the scale, because if you've only got 20 students taking an exam, and there's a lecturer who knows every one of them individually, you can ask them to go into a Zoom room, and you can check each one. Where when you're dealing with 100,000 students on some modules with 8,000 students on, there's not an easy solution. If there was, I think we'd have found it.
Thank you very much. Well, I think with this last question, we can close the session. I think there were 3 really interesting presentations. Thank you very much again to the presenters. 3 topics that will give also more to talk in the next months, years. Yeah, so we have to still work on that. And well, thank you very much to the audience for being here, for participating. And we have now a coffee break or tea break, and then we will continue here as well. We will have another session in the research track and about micro-credentials in continuing education. But of course, there are also other sessions at the same time that you can also attend. Thank you very much, and we will continue here.
And thank you to Victoria for chairing.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it's 11 o'clock. Let's start on time. Welcome to this next session in our research track. In this session, we have two presentations on the topic of micro-credentials for continuous learning. We heard yesterday that micro-credentials are seen as an important tool for lifelong learning, for supporting lifelong learning on the political agenda. And in this track, we have two presentations that do some document analysis and review of the literature. The first paper is based on, I would say it's more on the macro level, the national systems level, analyzing policy documents and governmental documents on the issue of implementing micro-credentials for lifelong learning. And the second one, and that's quite nice, complements the first paper by doing a systematic review on the micro level, dealing with the perceptions and value of, looking at the value of micro-credentials from a learner's, from the student's perspective. So I would say, without no further delay, I would like to ask Marit. She is presenting the paper. Her co-authors are Elaine Byrne, who presented yesterday already, and Professor Mark Brown, all from, it's a strong group from Dublin City University. So please, the floor is yours, Marit.
Hello, and thank you very much. It's great to see so many people here on a beautiful morning in Athens. So my name is as difficult as Greek. I'm Dr. Mairead McGillivray-Heel. I am the Director of Micro-Credential Strategy and Innovation at Dublin City University. And I'm delighted to be here to present this paper with my co-authors Elaine Byrne, Mark Brown and Cruther McLaughlin. So in this paper, really what we wanted to do was to talk about the dominant narratives and discourses around micro-credentials, some of the rhetoric, and then also to drive down into what potentially they can be and what they potentially should mean for more of a nuanced version of lifelong learning and for social value. So we're going to talk and look at the state of play of micro-credentials. We're going to look at the prevailing discourses. We're then also going to look at the rhetoric and policy over it. And then we're going to present the argument outlining a pluralistic approach that moves beyond this rhetoric and beyond the employability agenda, looking at societal and individual good and also institutional good and national into it as well. And we're going to frame this critique within some of the work that we do in DCU as part of the Microcreds initiative, and also as part of the ECIU University Alliance, which we're part of, and we're leading out on the micro-credential work package as part of that. And also just because there is one of my good friends here from Canada, I decided to put in a reference to Canada. So we might go through just some of that as well. So what is a micro-credential? I'm not going to go through the definitions and standards. There's multiple definitions, and we've gone through many iterations of trying to come to what exactly does a micro-credential look like. Is it new? No, we've already said that in previous papers we've published, considering that micro-credentials are forms of short courses, things that we've been doing for quite a long time. What potentially is new is the push behind them, the drive behind them at lots of policy level, at the macro level, at the supranational level, in Europe, across and globally as well. You can see the influence, and you can see micro-credentials in our analysis was becoming increasingly a word that was becoming more prevalent in searches, etc. In general, we think that the European Commission's definition is a valuable addition to this. And I think what we should think about from the European definition is the holistic nature of it and the attempt, because essentially it was derived from, and the recommendation that came out, formally came out in June of this year, it was derived from two DGs, both employment, etc. So there was really an attempt to drive the lifelong learning agenda, but also then the employability agenda. So there you can see that micro-credential means the record of the learning outcomes that a learner has acquired following a small volume of learning. These learning outcomes will be assessed against transparent and clearly defined criteria. And then there's another piece, which goes into a lot more detail about the different aspects of micro-credentials. So what is the state of play? What's been going on? In Europe, an absolute plethora of things are going on. And I think this is really, really important. Nearly every national government is involved in some way with a development of short-form learning. Lots of policy going on, but then we also have individual projects going on and sponsored by the Commission, and then at national level as well. We're involved in the microcred project, which we'll talk a little bit about later, and which will also feature in another presentation later today. But I just wanted also to draw attention to the British Accreditation Council's recent scheme that's also been announced for microcredential providers. Again, very much moving on that agenda, and having attended a recent webinar, the rhetoric is very much out in force about the employability, recognising skills, etc. So a huge amount of things are going on in this space. So it's constantly evolving. It's not static, quite dynamic. And I just love the way that moved, so that's why I had to do it. Okay, so all of this, we've been asking quite critically in DCU as part of our research team, is all of this hype? And part of the hype is associated with actually some of the issues around micro-credentials. Because employers, as we know from Gallagher's research, that the employers don't use the term micro-credentials. It's not part of the common vernacular of present. So lots of initiatives are undertaking to go about that awareness and using, I'd say, very sort of advertised, marketing, promotional aspects to try and get employers involved. And the emphasis that's being put on it, obviously, is coming from the skills agenda, closing the skills gap, drawing on the OECD reports to say which skill, what skill that we will all need, drawing on the major transitions, looking at what's going on in STEM. So all of these are being brought to the fore and being hyped up about what micro-credentials can do. So at the minute, it's quite difficult to find a grey literature article which will talk about micro-credentials in a critical form without going and addressing some of these. And I'm not critiquing or I'm not criticising that, because there obviously is an employability agenda around micro-credentials, but the emphasis on the drivers are particularly on those employabilities, upskill, and it's predominantly always from the perspective of the employer, of industry, of the working society. When you go back to human capital theory and you look at all of that, it's the perspective of human capital theory, which is often used to frame and contextualize micro-credentials, is based on the notion of the individual constantly redeveloping, reassigning themselves to maintain their position in the knowledge economy and the knowledge society. And this is the frame, the theoretical frame, lots of times, which accompanies the micro-credential critique from a human capital perspective. So, but we've talked a little bit about this at the conceptual side. There is some literature out there. Probably one of the most famous articles to come out was Ralston, particularly embedded in a North American private higher education system mindset, but very relevant in terms of the critique that he gave. Some critics have argued that coming from the neoliberalism. So in the work that we have done, we have spoke about and tried to look at the unbundling of macro credentials into micro credentials, etc., and to see how that's positioning. But there is a huge amount after coming out. So if we look at some of the critiques that have come out from from a more international perspective, some of that's at odds with the European focus on public higher education. And I say the stated needs of many higher education institutions, that they have a bespoke societal good, that their role is not only to increase the economy, but actually to have input and to develop out societies in a more holistic fashion. Operationally, in our own work at McGrail's and Alcott's, we've looked at where micro-credentials need to be part or need to be considered a part of a wider learning ecology, and that this needs to be developed out. We've also spoken about the implied impact of micro-credentials. So when micro-credentials are framed in this discourse and positioned, they're usually said that all education is good, and hence, therefore, so are micro-credentials. And what we're asserting here is that maybe that needs to be unpacked a little bit, particularly in the case when the emphasis for so many micro-credentials that are being developed is on skills development, and not always necessarily skills development from the higher education perspective. So I think that we need to think about this in the round and be a little bit more nuanced in the way that we're approaching it. So obviously these criticisms have some merit, and the discussion is very much in a state of flux. So there's tensions between the lifelong, and usually lifelong, when you read these documents, is always presented with respect to having to change yourself to keep up with the demand, to make yourself relevant for the skills of society, for new careers, new transitions. It's very rarely that they will talk about the life-wide aspects of it, of engaging with learning for the sake of learning's sake, the holistic nature of it, etc. And it always seems to be linked to a career or to a new career or getting into a new pathway. So the drivers of micro-credentials should not be beyond this debate and should be also considered at all levels. And I think this is a really, really important question for national implementations, for international funding, and also for the individual themselves. And what we have in the European recommendation, as I said in June, is an attempt to balance that. So if you go through that recommendation, it's quite meaty. There's a lot in it, but I also think that there's a lot that's being ignored or will be ignored by institutions because the funding is being driven mainly from an employability perspective. So in our MOOC that we developed last year, Higher Education 4.0 Certifying Your Future, this is an article that we wrote about the micro-credential movement. And in that we say, although the promise of personalised learning pathways through unbundled courses is attractive, the concept requires further debate. And we've yet to see that debate happening at scale and happening with further depth, I would say. This debate returns us to some of the bigger questions related to the micro-credential movement. Why are micro-credentials claimed to be the next big thing, or are the next big thing, as we should say now? What are the underlying drivers, attractors generating interest in micro-credentials, and what is the change imperative? And I think if we can turn back to our institutions and we turn back to our national policies, again, it's this notion from act to action and thinking about it. So a lot of institutions and a lot of initiatives will talk about and will have lifelong, learner-centred, etc. in it, but actually applying those means possibly trying to implement something which is a lot more difficult to do than what can be done by churning out, developing micro-credentials purely focused on an employability agenda. So we've asked for, and what we're thinking about, and I suppose this is where DCU, we've taken a sort of a stance on this, is reframing the narrative and saying, some of these criticisms in themselves are sweeping. So we recognise that these criticisms that we're making also need to be interrogated. But micro-credentials, we presume, can be pluralistic and have pluralistic approaches, but only if these are taken seriously. And how do you take things seriously? Show me the money, really, isn't it? From a lot of perspective. Show me the care, the time, the implementation, what you do counts. So action, as they say, is sometimes more important than words. It does appear that these wider social perspectives are not always apparent in policy or indeed implementation. So what I would say apparent there, the word apparent is that they're mentioned, but they're actually not fleshed out in lots of the documents. And we have national and European interventions where we look at this notion of creating value, and that value goes across that spectrum from lifelong to life-wide to employability. And I'm going to talk to some of those now, but only briefly because I don't want to be given my notion that I can't move on. So defining value more broadly, and Machiler and Carey have in their paper that they had in the recent micro-credential special edition in our journal was, central to the challenge of developing a good micro-credential is defining its value to the learner as well as to the university. While skills development is often framed as a motivation for micro-credential development, this is not the sole consideration for institutions. Other concerns may be about the public good, providing flexibility and targeted learning, and the cost of education. And I suppose I should frame this and say, we're not in the business in DCU and of not having to survive and not have to get funding. So we very much understand the imperative of having to pay your way and understand that. But I think there's a thing that institutions need to think about with respect to implementing some of the social and targeted learning for individuals as part of this. So the other elements of value include social participation and active citizenship, inclusivity and equality, environmental consciousness, intercultural awareness and understanding. So some of that framing is really, really important. And we get that because, you know, from our institution's perspective, we're very delighted with our ranking with respect to employability, number 19 in the world. So it's not just this it's not just that side of it that we're trying to develop out, that we see that as part of our wider social mission. So from hard to core values, this is a lovely striking photo that happened yesterday afternoon in Ireland when we were enjoying the sun. So we had quite a lightning storm in Ireland across the country. But this is things, and why I chose that image really was to say, these are coming to the core of if we, as the micro-credential movement is developing out with more pace. So it's moved from nascent into a more developed system. If we don't start talking about these issues, they won't be embedded into what higher education is developing out. So we know we face a host of challenges from climate change, biodiversity, aging populations, increasing social tensions, never mind the cost of living to be included. These aspects are great importance, and I think part of the reflection that we're trying today is how can micro-credentials reflect some of these issues in those. I won't go through all of this, but just to say exactly, you know, COVID's given us time to pause, and we should take advantage of that pause and not forget some of the things that we were trying to learn, some of the, when we drew breath, what were some of these things? And I think this is a very good in respect to, are we being good ancestors? And you can reflect on that from the sustainability, from the green agenda, from how we are laying and forming education, how we are developing out our higher education institutions, and how are we supporting them develop into the funder, into the future, never mind how we're supporting individuals to deliver on their potential and promise in life. So I think these values strongly underpin a European policy approach and commitments, including the micro-credential sphere, and learning experience leading to are designed to provide the learner with specific knowledge, skills and competence that respond to societal, personal, cultural or labour market needs. That's called out in the recommendation. So we know about the green digital sector. I won't go into that. We know that this is one of the major issues. We know that people at the risk of poverty and social inclusion in EU member states are at very high levels, at levels that we don't want. And we want to improve. And if you look at some of the discourse, this is why it's in this. This is why these issues are very, very important. They're not important, I should say, they have different levels of importance for different states, but in effect, they need to be addressed by all states. So the micro opportunity, what could micro-credentials potentially produce? So many of these social challenges would appear well suited to a micro-credential approach, so that in allowing for incremental learning, we can see the development, we can see possibly the purpose of it. Space for experimental and elective elements that can augment larger qualifications. Being part of the Commission's development process of the micro-credential part of the recommendation, it was really, really interesting. We got to listen into some of the debates by the Commission, etc., that was held by MEPs. And one of the really big issues that they had was in around how can it complement current macro awards. And it was really interesting from our perspective. And then again, the final point there, it is different for learners at each stage of the learning continuum. So we're saying, and from our analysis, this is sort of, when we took the drivers out, this is a positioning of where the drivers are at. So most of the drivers, as you can see, were positioned around the labour market, with some social, personal and cultural ones coming into it, but mainly labour market drivers. Sorry, I'll go back for you. So labour market drivers, and which is really, really interesting. So we were trying to move it from that to say it should be more of this holistic approach. And again, it's not to have a naivety about this, but it's actually to say it doesn't have to be where it's only focused on one element of it. And that's where issues like the transversal skills come in, etc., I think is part of this as well. So, as I said, DCU recognised that there shouldn't be a one-size-fits-all, and as part of that, we've been involved in a number of projects, and we'll continue to be part of a number of projects where we're trying to ensure that these tensions are at least discussed, debated and addressed. So as you see, we're involved with ECIU, we're also involved with the microcreds at the national project, but we also have a repository, a place where we try to bring a lot of this research together on micro-credentials, and it's called the Micro-Credential Observatory. Please do go there if you are seeking more information about micro-credentials. It's updated quite regularly, and it's hosted by the National Institute for Digital Learning. And from the start, we've been trying to coalesce and collate a lot of these things together. And the reason for this is because we want more awareness in the space. So from the ECIU perspective, some of the things that we've been trying to derive from that is that from across, so the ECIU University is approximately 13 to 14 universities across Europe with an associate partner in Tec de Monterrey in Mexico. And we're working to come on between all of our institutions working in so many different contexts from across Europe and different higher education systems to try and come up with I suppose, a system or a notion of micro-credentials, a conceptualization which transcends all of our different worldviews as institutions, but also different frameworks. So we're looking at the principle of social good and learner development and taking that versus sort of a market-driven forms of commodified, atomized learning. So instead of the rhetoric being, okay, we're doing this for X company because they want to have their learners upskill, we're trying to see it always from the position of the learner. We're looking at active pedagogical approaches. So from that we're saying, okay, we've looked at different pedagogies, we have a challenge-based learning approach that we're trying to develop out, we're trying to scale, and we're trying to see if we can develop that across different modalities of learning, and that's quite interesting. It's very challenging, but it's quite interesting because the belief there is developing the person as a learner and the guidance of and empowering learners to build their own flexible pathways. Because I think some of the things that come across in the literature for micro-credentials is this notion of a pick-and-mix approach. You just decide to do things. Well, I know from my own experience when I went to go choose things, I spoke to my learners, I spoke to people who had done courses before, I had spoke to people who were giving those courses, and then I had a wider context of choosing courses. So what we're trying to say is that individuals don't make just choices out of context, and those contexts are informed by a multitude of stakeholders, and to support learners as they come to that. So not just sort of say, you're left by yourself, you're by yourself to make these decisions, and they can be scaffolded. So in that, we've taken a very focus on what this means and what are the type of learners and graduates of micro-credentials and the learning offerings that we have in the ECIU have. What do we want them to portray? What are the values, the learning outcomes, for if you want to have a better, what are the values that we want to portray and what are those that we want to embed in our micro-credentials? So that each individual has a right and responsibility, things like that, that they can exercise choice, preference and control over their learning pathways, tying into a personalised learning agenda, but not one that is devoid of context and scaffolding. And that they are thriving earners, because again, recognising the importance of employability, having meaningful work as part of that. So I'll just move quickly, because I have to say about our micro-credential project, the micro-creds project, again, similar to that, we have 4 strands in it, 7 universities are taking part, and again, trying to develop out that notion, where each institution is looking at how we can embed these micro-credentials, these values, within the micro-credentials that we are developing out. Alberta, I'm going to point this one out before I get thrown off the stage, because this is actually really important, okay? So they have their micro-credential initiative, they call it out. Look at the next slide. I think it's important that you read the tailored bit. Particularly, they've actually called out, given, you know, they said, given the growing reskilling and upskilling need caused by industry disruption, but also given the dislocation and mental health challenges that such disruption may cause. First time I've really seen a nod to that type of issue coming through as potentially something that we need to look at and think about in the wider context. So in conclusion, micro-credentials are a topic of great debate, and interrogating and their function they have is as important as the form they take. So a lot of the emphasis has been, and properly I suppose from the structural point of view, on is it 30 ECTSs? Should it be ECTS? Should it have all of the, should it conform to ESG and all of that? Yes, but its substance is important. So there is a neglect of the social and ecological possibilities from the literature that we need to look at. And we also need to reframe a narrative of labour functionalism, if possible, to something that talks about value-driven and value-led. And then finally, that European values could be a useful method by which to do that. So there's some references, and Gur Mahagwif. Thank you very much. Perfect.
Thank you very much, Murat. Finished right on time. Thank you. So we have another 5 minutes left over for questions or comments. Rory McCreel. Do we have a microphone for Rory?
I'll speak loudly.
All right.
I noticed there that in the micro-credentials framework for Europe, they must be open and transparent. So why don't they do that for other credentials in Europe?
The UNESCO Chair of Open Education has spoken. Rory, to tell you the truth, I think they'll have to move to that, because I just actually came from a meeting where they're talking about providing the learner with more autonomy with respect to how they manage their credentials. And I think what you see from the macro-credential side of things is that you see a system that was put in place to try and bring Europe together for, you know, at the start of the Bologna process. And I think those issues were not as prevalent as they are today. But from the micro-credential perspective, you can see that's come very widely in the discourse. And the reason why, Rory, that's become quite wide in the discourse is that a lot of the technical development of Europass is based on open standards, etc. So you can see that mindset starting to creep in, but as I said, it's creeping. It's not coming at full pace like a thunderstorm.
Why can't micro-credentials have just as poor assessment as in your normal university?
Sorry, Rory, I didn't hear you. What, they have a poor assessment, or?
Why can't micro-credentials have just as poor assessments as is done in regular universities?
So offensive, Rory.
Again, Rory. So I think one of the things that a lot of institutions are worried about, and I know our own institution is that short form learning must stand mustard. The QA processes that we've instituted as part of our institution ensure that we have gone through a process by which we reflect on the learning assessment, and that the learning assessment is reflective of demonstrating the learning that the student is engaged in. And I think what we don't want is to have a situation where, and we come across this situation every other day with industry coming to us and saying, can you recognise what we're doing as work-based learning and give us some credits for it? And then when we start getting into doing a deeper dive into actually how do you assess that, how do you make a judgment on it, how do you illustrate that the learner that or your worker or whomever has developed that. And when you get started into those conversations, they sort of look at you and go, can you not just give us the credits? So I think from the assessment point of view, I think what a lot of institutions are trying to do is to maintain the integrity of the learning that's produced in higher education. And I think that's what we should do. My worry about it is that we'll use a hammer to crack a nut. And I think in lots of institutions, we have to try and avoid that. But I think on the other hand, I think there's a balance that needs to be met. So whether I can't speak to what assessments are in other institutions, but I know that we've done so much work in our institution to try and develop assessment that it's always going to be one of those things that's ongoing. And again, you know, I think it's for institutions to make their own decisions about assessments. But again, it's one of those things that it's pulling the Band-Aid off a wound to go into that.
Thank you, Murat. Is there another question? I think we can have one more. So, but this is not the case. So then, thank you very much, Murat, and the team from DCU. All right, then we move over to the next presentation. Carles Buguera and Carmen Pages are here with us from the Universitat Oberta de Catalunya. As I just said, they take on the perspective of the learners with regard to micro-credentials, and they present a systematic review.
Yeah, perfect.
Please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. and thank you for being here at this session, this presentation. Let me briefly introduce ourselves. We are Carmen Pagès, there is Àngels Fitó, and I'm Carles Bruguera from the Open University of Catalonia. And we are very happy to be here, to be able to present our research here at this fantastic conference and inspiring city. So after the very interesting presentation of our colleagues, of our Irish colleagues, the focus of this presentation on microcredentials is a systematic literature review, but focused on the perspective of learners towards microcredentials. So before all, this research has been carried out within the framework of the Erasmus Plus project, MCE, modular contouring higher education by microcredentials, in collaboration with other 11 educational institutions, European educational institutions. To sum up, there's a panel there, and we have a lot of representation here of partners of the project. But this project, the MC, aims to investigate the learner's perspective in relation to the microcredentials, support higher education institutions in the development of microcredentials, and then provide evidence to policymakers in relation to microcredentials. So partners of the project will be very pleased to talk about it. Well, the presentation is structured in 4 main points that systematize the research that we have carried out. I will start talking a little bit about the motivation of the research and the research design, and then I will let the floor to Carmen Pagès, that will explain and present some of the results, main findings, and the implications of the research. Well, first I like to give you some background information about the motivation of the research. Well, yesterday the keynotes talked a little bit about the context of microcredentials. And just to recap and point out to form main ideas, society is in continued change for different reasons that includes technological advancement, COVID-19 effects, or for example, the challenges of climate changes. And therefore, people are required to upskill and reskill and keep up to date professional, and I will also say not professional skills, knowledge, and competences during their lifespan. So in addition to, let's say, traditional long degrees and masters, the current learning options offered by universities try to match with the learner's needs. And I want to point out the learner's needs because it's one of the focus of our research, who seek for shorter and more tailored learning opportunities. And in this context, microcredentials are seen as a promising format in the context of lifelong learning and support to overcome the existing skills gap. So, it's seen that microcredentials can make it possible for individuals to fill the skills gaps they need to succeed in fast-changing environment, while not replacing traditional qualifications. So they can, where appropriate, complement existing qualifications. This is the ideal idea of microcredentials, but reality is that despite the increasing user interest, there has not been, until recent efforts, a common definition of standards for microcredentials. Well, now the European Union has launched the recommendations for an adoption of an European approach for microcredentials, but in the last 5 years, let's say, there have been a lot of terms, synonyms, definitions of microcredentials that have caused a lot of confusion among, for example, educational institutions, employers, policymakers, accreditation bodies, and for sure, learners and students. So, however, as I said, there has been a consensus about which are the elements that contains a microcredentials. And here in blue, there's the credential part, then the short learning unit or experience. Then there is a part important of recognition. For example, these learning outcomes will have been assessed against transparent and clearly defined criteria. And there's a part in which is the relation of microcredentials with another degrees, masters, or another types of training. So, this is the borrowed context of microcredentials, but if we see in the last 5 years, seeing literature reviews, We found a lot of conceptual papers, well, several papers, and public initiatives about microcredentials, like of his colleagues unboxing the microcredentials phenomenon. Then have been a lot of publications focused on MOOCs, especially on dropout, motivation of students, or satisfaction with the courses. But few reviews directly assess learners' perspective, and by perspective we mean motivations, preference, perceived benefits, and disadvantages towards microcredentials. So we think that having this insight is a fundamental importance, because if we want to fill a learner's needs, it will be good if we can make research to inform educational institutions and government policy, then offer tailor-made learner-centric training, and support at the end students' career pathways and lifelong education. So let's move now into the research design. For this perspective on learners' perspective on microcredentials, we have carried out a systematic review that tries to identify, select, and synthesize all high-quality research evidence of the 5 years relevant to the research questions. So in order to be robust and systematize this literature review, we have followed a number of steps. And first one, here we can see the research questions. The first one is about what are the main characteristics of research on learners' perspective on microcredentials. Then the second one is, according to the literature, which are the different learners' motivations for taking microcredentials. And the third one is about what are the learners' preferences, according to the research done yet, towards short learning experiences and its accreditation. So I don't know if you can see it, but, well, the inclusion criteria was to look for articles published in the last 5 years, so relevant data, and in this last phase, in which this idea of microcredentials and the European approach have crystallized. From peer-reviewed articles, the publications that provide primary data on the learner's motivations or preferences, and then we search using different combinations of keywords from 3 blogs. The first one related with short learning experiences or units and microcredentials. The second one about learners' motivations and preferences, and the third one related with university and learners. So the sources of information were to social data of reference like Scopus and Easy Web of Science. Then the first 50 results of Google Scholar, we use a snowball technique looking for the most relevant articles from the references of the articles selected previously. And then we take advantage of the MC partners given their expertise, and because they are very keep up to date of this topic. So here's the Prisma flowchart of the selection of the studies. Well, we started with more than 200 the studies, and then we followed 3 phases. In the first one, we read the titles, the abstracts, and keywords. Then we read the full text, and then we did a joint validation with Karma and Ansels. And finally, we ended up with 48 publications that meet the inclusion criteria. So different types of information were extracted from the articles. As for the basic information, we look for the years, the country of affiliation of the authors, the type of short learning experience or unit analyzed, the sample of participants, the methodology used. Then, as for the motivations, we see the drivers and motivations of the students as research for these publications. Then the perceived benefits and disadvantages for microcredentials, and finally for preferences, we see which was the most. We focus, sorry, on the modality, online, face-to-face, or blended. If they prefer part-time or full-time, the type of schedule, the credentialing, willingness to pay, and the relation with another at trainings. And then also look for the focus of the publication. That is, if they formally assess these different preferences, if not, or if they indirectly assess these motivations. For example, they have one research questions, but on the questionnaire or on the qualitative analysis, it emerges motivations or preferences. So here in an Excel that will be open, have all the information, and I leave the floor to Carmen that will explain the results.
Well, good morning, everyone. Oops. Sorry about that. Can you hear me now? Thanks. So, of the 48 papers that we came about, so all the results are going to be related to those 48 papers. This is the distribution of years. Then we have also the quality of the journals in terms of the SJR index. So 72%, almost 73% of journals were published in K1, K2. Sorry, Q1, Q2. We have been discussing a lot about the European interest in micro-credentials, the European approach, but it's interesting that in the literature we can see that this topic has elicited interest in around many countries and regions in the world, with the most papers we have found in the US and Spain. Also, I don't know whether Carlos mentioned that we looked at papers in English and in Spanish, or maybe that's just to clarify that. And then China, Malaysia, United Kingdom, India, so very, very diverse group of countries. Of all the kinds of MCs studied, we see that MOOCs are the ones that attracted more attention from the literature, far ahead of digital badges or other forms of potential MCs. Most studies focus on the experience of a particular MC and the learner's, let's say, opinions or preferences or their views on that particular MC. And then the rest on other more open questionnaires. The learners tend to be either the population at large, which normally could be the case of MOOCs, or the university students, and within university undergrads being the more common. Remember that we restrict our search to higher education context. The most common methodology is the quantitative analysis, and so here you can see distribution. 20 out of 48 papers have some sort of quantitative analysis, qualitative. I'm sorry, did I say right? Quantitative, and then 14 have a mixed approach. The most common tool, the most common research tool is the questionnaires, to run a survey to students. The most common time for data is during or after the short learning experience. And then when we look at the motivations, what we did is we started from the 19 drivers and attractors studied by Brown and Mishin, I think the co-author, 2021, and we recoded basically these attractors in the context of higher education and in terms of the literature, and we came up with all this list. And I think very related to the research that we've seen before. It's interesting because, yes, it is true that the most common motivation is to improve, is to become better at work. Not necessarily to change jobs or to find another job, to become better at your current job. Also to have access to selected and relevant updated content on what you're doing. But then it's interesting that in the third, tied with the fourth, we have to mitigate curiosity or for personal interest. This is also an important driver for learners. And then also to participate in flexible learning. So flexibility is an important driver as well. In terms of the benefits perceived by learners, we see that flexibility is one of the most important ones. The fact that it's a good complement to other types of courses and learning pathways. Also, it's a quick way to acquire knowledge and professional skills. So it's also seen as this just-in-time benefit. And then finding a job. So this would be the four most common motivations. And then in terms of disadvantages, most are related to perhaps the online context, as most of the studies tend to relate to online studies or online formats of education. So the lack of motivation, the lack of interaction with other students, the technological barriers, the fact that the course credentials are not, maybe the credential is not necessarily recognized by other learning institutions or the labor market. Then in terms of preferences, this is interesting because there are very few papers that assess preferences. For example, do students prefer online or actually, or face-to-face micro-credentials, synchronous, asynchronous, duration, the schedule, full-time, part-time, with or without official credentials. So a lot of the elements that constitute the micro-credential, if you wanted to, so let's say, unbundle and see what the preferences of learners are for those, we have very little research. And here we basically said, in total, 4% of the 48 papers that we've seen on the learners' motivations and views on micro-credentials assess preferences for these dimensions directly. So it's part of the research design or this research question of the paper. Now, we, as Carlos mentioned, indirectly, we can assess some of these preferences based on the answers of what people say, for example, in focus groups, or what the authors have emphasized in their conclusions or in their discussions. And so here what we see basically is that most studies, as I said, don't elicit learners' preferences, but students seem to be in general satisfied with the online, asynchronous, part-time sort of learning experiences that allow for learning at own pace. In general, this is the overwhelming perception in the papers. And it's also clear that obtaining a credential is valued by learners. Again, with the caveat that very few papers really look at the credentialing issue. Most papers focus on the learner and the short learning experience itself. But there is a lot of uncertainty in terms of the usefulness of this credential for the labor market. So to conclude, just to summarize, basically, as we said, interest across continents, MOOCs, the most studied, so most of the evidence that you see here really comes from MOOCs. Questionnaires, the most widely used research tool. Data has been collected during or after particular courses. And then job-related reasons are the most common reasons, but personal interest, mitigating curiosity also appears as an important driver. Flexibility also as an important driver, also as an important perceived benefit of these for participating in micro-credentials. And then perhaps the main point is that because a lot of the papers look at particular experiences, let's say one particular MOOC, one particular spoke, one particular learning experience, it's very difficult to understand whether, given other formats, they would be happier. So would you prefer this? Would you prefer that? We don't have papers that really go to an open population and ask, what would you like to see in micro-credentials? What would you like your universities to provide, or your higher education institutions, or perhaps other providers? Would you prefer to be, would you prefer micro-credential that is issued by industry or is issued by a university? And does for example, the reputation of the industry matter to you? And so on and so forth. So there are so many questions that we would like to know about what learners prefer. And so we need a study, we need studies basically, and this is basically our directions for further research. It's like, on the one hand, it would be nice to complement what we have here with other stakeholders, for example, employers, also the faculty, the universities, and the responsible for public policies, so all these stakeholders. but also to have more studies that really are able to elicit the preferences of students of a different formats of these micro-credentials, so we can really unbundle these individual preferences and correct to each of the micro-credentials characteristics, distinguishing between the learning experience and the credentialing experience, because we don't know, for example, as I said, what type of credentials people would like. And so to finish, just again, recognize that this is a joint project with MCE, with as Carla's already mentioned, that we should credit our colleagues, the different universities in Europe that participate in this project, to EADTU and the European Union for funding. And then as part of the project, this was our first deliverable for this project. And then as a second deliverable, jointly with the rest of the universities, we are actually trying to undertake some of these research gaps. We are conducting focus groups with learners. We are doing, we are eliciting surveys to understand, with an open, a wide range of questions regarding what are the preferences of learners for different modalities and different characteristics that these micro-credentials may have. So thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, thank you, Carmen and Carlos, for the presentation. We have time for some questions and comments. Oh, yeah, here's a question. Oh, sorry, Mark, please.
I'm not sure this is working. Oh, yes, sounds okay. I'm interested. Firstly, thanks for the presentation, because clearly there is a very large gap in the literature in this area, and in many respects what you showed is we're only scratching the surface of all of the questions that need to be explored. So I guess my question is an interest that we've had around the return on investment from the learner. You had the slide which asked what their motivations were, what they, if you like, wanted to gain from the micro-credential. I'm only familiar with a couple of papers where students report, for example, on whether they received a pay rise or a promotion as a consequence. I'm wondering if you found any more literature that, particularly in non-English speaking, or you found anything of interest around the actual benefits students report.
I think that's a very good point that you make, Mark. This is something that, no, the answer is not yet. I think there's a recent paper in the Journal of Human Resources that actually looks at the employability returns and finds positive results, which I think it's interesting. But I think really we need more research on that front.
One quick comeback of that particular paper. Yes, it did find benefits, but it also showed that they didn't last. So once you get a handful of micro-credentials, those benefits.
Yeah, and I think that's an interesting point because, for example, there's been a lot of literature, and this is mainly the literature I come from, in the training literature, training workers, training youth. And it's been very debated, the fact that the returns to training always seem to be rather small. I mean, when you measure them, sometimes they may not last too long. And I think also is the idea that how much do you expect for such a small investment? So if I take a micro-credential that takes a month, should I expect that this changed my life? Probably not. I mean, let's be realistic. So I think we have to be also careful on what we expect, no? And about micro-credentials, and it's probably the longer sequences or maybe the accumulation, but the accumulation that makes sense, right? In terms of qualifications that make sense, that what may give you then the return. But I think all these are really open questions that we need to study.
What was the difference between the
Can you hear?
of the learners who completed and the ones that were in course?
Very interesting point. Carlos, do you wanna take that, or do you
I think that the ones that completed the course, mostly in questionnaires, focused on satisfaction with the course. If they would do another course, what would they prefer, if online, if or not. And during the course, sometimes it was about the expectations they have for that particular course. And then sometimes there was another, let's say, surveys or interviews at the end of the course. So it was one more about expectations, and the other one more about satisfaction. I think that's the difference. We haven't, let's see these two groups differently. It's a possibility to see if there's a difference, but my first answer will be this.
Also, Angels, if you want to add something, please go ahead.
Any more questions or comments? When I saw your methodology, I had one thing in mind I could comment on, your search strategy in the systematic review. I noticed that you started with over 2,200 papers, and then the yield rate was quite low, so you included just 48 papers. And it could be the case that you had two very broad concepts in the string. In the first block, there was continuing education, and in the other block, there was learner, or the concept of the learner. So you got all the papers dealing with learners in continuing education. I think that's the reason why you start with so many, and then you could have saved a lot of time and labor screening all the papers if you would have limited or had a more narrow search string. That was one idea I had when I saw your string. Yeah, let's talk about it later. Okay, any more? Otherwise, it's time to thank the authors and presenters in this session. Give them a clap. And it's very nice. I counted over 50 people here in the room. Thank you very much for coming and for your interest in our research track. And now it's time for the coffee break.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Past 12, hope more people will come. We just had over 50 people attending the research track. Welcome. So this session will be about ethical issues in open distance and digital education, blended learning, and MOOCs. I remember that we did a systematic review. Victoria was also working on this paper about artificial intelligence applications in higher education. I mentioned it yesterday. And I remember that in the first review, we included 146 papers, and only 2 of them were considering ethical issues. So I'm interested to learn what we will see today here. The topic is spot on. Yeah, and I give the floor to the first group. Eamon Costello is presenting from Dublin City University. Again, it's a strong group from Ireland, I must say. So welcome, and I give the floor to you, Eamon.
Thank you, Olaf. I'm not very good with complex subjects. I would say it's probably A/B testing is one of the kind of big things in big data, because it's actually very simple. You just get 2 things and you see which do you prefer, A or B. And humans are really good at this. We can make a snap decision, I like this or that. So it's much better than giving people 5 options, for example. But when you do this at scale, if you do this A/B testing with hundreds or thousands of millions of people, that for me feels like big data, just some very simple thing, and you can do very powerful experiments. And here's quite a famous one. The first A/B testing was actually scurvy in a couple of 100 years ago, but this is a big recent one, an A/B testing study, a study by Google. And they were trying to decide between 41 shades of blue, and they ran all these hundreds of thousands of tests, and they found out which one performs better, and they estimated that when they got the best shade of blue out of these 41, they made $200 million from this. So we could do this in education too. We could create big data, find out lots of interesting things. We could have MOOCs, these sites of innovation. We could have all this data. And we could use these MOOCs as sites of learning innovation to really find out interesting things about teaching and learning. And they're not FANG. So does anybody know what FANG is? Anybody heard of FANG? Facebook, Apple, Amazon, Netflix, and Google. So this is an acronym for these companies. Interesting that Netflix is in there, and it's from the stock market. But the other interesting thing I think to note about big data is it's big because it's been collected and it's been centralized by someone. So these are massive, massive companies, and they are taking all this data. But I guess with MOOCs, maybe the promise is that we get the data. We could take more ownership of this big data and use this for ourselves. But who is this we that would own this data? Who are we? Will it be the universities or the platforms, or maybe even the teachers, the researchers, the learners? And what could we learn from MOOCs, from this type of big data? There's lots of meta-analyses of the MOOC research out there. But some very simple things you can do with A/B testing, for instance, are about the length of videos, for example. This is a kind of big area. I like this one because it's very simple. It's quite straightforward, or at least it seems simple. And the kind of early research on MOOCs, they've said 6 minutes. They did thousands of iterations of these tests, and 6 minutes is when people start to drop off from videos. But of course, Nothing is ever simple, and this is being kind of revised by this myth of the 6-minute video. And if you put some quizzes in, you can make your videos longer and interactive. So that's the beauty of research. It's messy, and it's always changing and evolving, and there's always more to learn and do. But also, as Professor Sawicki Richter in his opening address told us as well about, there's good research and bad research, or good pedagogy and bad pedagogy. The mode is sometimes not so important as determinant. And if we have MOOCs, and are we just going to get terrible pedagogies and just scale them up? Is that what this big data will be? So could we just be replicating poor pedagogies at scale? So this is a study we did. We looked at MCQs in MOOCs one time. And you'll be familiar with maybe the basics of MCQ research, the type of flaws that you can have in MCQ questions, like the third answer is always correct. You should know that if there's 4 options. You shouldn't actually have more than 3 options. There's a lot of things around cognitive load of the learner, that they're investing too much in trying to answer the question, or they're confusing. And we looked at 204 MCQs from 18 MOOCs, and we basically found they were bad. So there's a lot of bad pedagogy in MOOCs, so I don't know if MOOCs are the answer. We can just take some pedagogies and put them out there. But we have this idea, I've talked a bit about MOOCs as sites of innovation and experimentation, and I think that was the early hope for MOOCs, that we'd have these innovation platforms that we could use to really find out lots of things about learners. And we also maybe had this idea that we could become fixated with this, or obsessed with this idea, and especially if people are not paying for these MOOCs, maybe they have less rights and entitlements, and we can do things we wouldn't do with our fee-paying students that are too risky, or we don't want to take chances with someone who's doing a degree because that's consequential. But if we have someone who's taking a short course and they're not even paying, so there is this idea, well-known thing, that if you are not paying, you are the product. And Olaf in his keynote as well talked about their systematic review of AI in education, colleagues here. And the interesting thing about that was that a lot of the research, and this has a lot of correlation with research in MOOCs in general, is not necessarily by people from education or the humanities or social sciences. A lot of people from computer science. I feel okay to say this because I have a computer science background. Pretty terrible when it comes to ethical issues and norms. And there's different ethical norms in different disciplines, and different academic tribes have different ethical norms. I think 2% of the studies had in the AI had ethics mentioned. Oh wow, wow. So we have some of these ideas, big data. You've heard maybe of oil, data is the new oil, and these kind of things. Or this is a nice paper with an evocative title here of Buried Treasure or Ill-Gotten Spoils, the Ethics of Data Mining and Learning Analytics in Online Instruction. And there is quite a strong research base in learning analytics about ethics. There's quite a lot of ethical frameworks and things going on in learning analytics. But learning analytics and MOOCs are two interrelated, overlapping kind of literatures, if you like, or research communities. And there's an interesting kind of, they're not necessarily the same, but a lot of learning analytics happens in MOOCs, but a lot of MOOCs research is happening completely unaware of learning analytics research as well. So what kind of things are out there? I mentioned learning analytics. This is actually from biology, because I think we need to bring interdisciplinary approaches to bear in some of this as well, to get good tools, ethical tools and conceptual tools for this kind of work. And this is a really nice paper by Zook et al. In PLOS 1. And they have 10 simple rules for big data research. People are data is their first one, which is really kind of interesting to think about. So, how do you know if you're talking to a person, you're getting some data in through your senses about that person? Everything is data. So people are data. And when we think about people producing data perhaps, but this idea is important because it links the person directly to the data. And sometimes when we think about data, it sounds abstract, or we think about ethics, it sounds boring, or blah, blah, blah. But we're talking about people here, and people can be harmed. So that's the key thing. People are data. Privacy is more than a binary value. Privacy can mean difference. We have these different ideas of contextual ethics and so on. Re-identification of data is an interesting one that you may think that someone can't be re-identified from your data set, but they can. Data sharing is obviously huge now, and in Europe we have the GDPR and so on, and there's other ethical regimes around the world in similar. This another one I've highlighted here, which is number 5, where they say, consider the strengths and limitations of your data. Big does not automatically mean better. So this is kind of, we have this kind of mania that if we get loads of data, we're going to get a really good answer. And I like this idea in many attractive aspects. You get, the more data you have, the more confident you can be, but in certain things, but not necessarily. You can also have big side effects is the problem. Debate the tough ethical choices. So that's partly what this, hopefully it won't be me just talking. I'll get to get your opinion, ask questions, and we have another presentation in this vein as well, so we can hopefully get some discussion going or have a conversation about these things, really. Code of conduct, very important. And then design your data and systems for auditability. This is a kind of an interesting one. I'll come back to this a bit later. I kind of like this idea about auditability and traceability, and there's some interesting things we could do here. And indeed, this is kind of running through the research that we've done. And engaging with the broader consequence of data analysis and practices. And I like this last one. Know when to break these rules. So it's, it's very complex, this ethical stuff. It's not too easy. So I've talked a bit about this. We have obviously things like the GDPR and other codes like the Belmont Report and the rights of the individual data. So what would that look like if we were talking about this, the concept of auditability? Well, I think one of the things for me would be, when we're looking at this, the gold standard would probably be ethical approval. And there's good reason for this, because you have independent oversight. So I might wake up in the morning and want to be very ethical and good, and then by lunchtime I'm tired and I'm making some poor choices. So this is the idea that we work together, we get independent oversight, and that helps us in lots of ways. And it improves study design, ultimately. Ethics sometimes feels like a pain that we have to go through filling in forms, but it's really good for a really good rigorous analytical research process, because they're really trying to think into the future about how the research is going to unfold. So ethics is a gift to us. We can reduce bias, protect learners, and remove temptations. So for me, it's a kind of a high benchmark. We could probably all agree, at least in certain countries and cultures. Consent. The learner's consent is critical, that they're informed, right to withdraw, access to their data, etc. De-identification and anonymization, slightly different things, but you can de-identify someone if anonymization is stronger than de-identification, essentially, and a de-identified person could possibly be re-identified. And there's limits to privacy, and you always need to tell learners, there are limits to your privacy. We can do our best we can, but we could be compelled by law, or something could happen, we could get hacked. And there's an interesting paper about this de-identification one, about a famous Facebook study in 2010 where they managed to identify the students who were involved in the study just by details in the study. It's a very interesting one. So, what do MOOC researchers tell us about the ethical approaches to their research? To answer this question, we said we would look, there's very little research on this done, so there's a gap here. There's an interesting paper by Prinsloo and Slade, and we did a small bit of work about this as well, myself and a colleague, but there's very little work in this area, which is to look at research papers on MOOCs and look in those papers for ethics and what the researchers are saying in the published papers about ethics. So we did a search of Scopus database. The articles were written in English, published in journals or peer-reviewed conference proceedings between January 2016 and January 2017, electronically available in Scopus through legal means of the research team. We had legal access to them, let's just say. And you can download these from Scopus, sometimes in bulk, and sometimes you have to manually download them. We found 1,435 papers in PDF. This was in the search. We wanted to find out whether these were empirical studies. So a lot of research in these areas are just thought pieces, concept pieces. We wanted to find out, were these actual studies with learners? So to do that, we read through the abstracts, and we first did a sample. 2 evaluators read through 186 papers and found high reliability inter-rater agreement. So on that basis, the second evaluator, she read 1,249 article abstracts, and of those, 292 reported on empirical studies involving human participants. And then I actually just had a thought, we should have found out what the number of learners in all these studies would be. Actually, that would be a cool number to have. That would be very good, actually. We retrieved 826 full texts of these. And then my colleague Richard, he used the PDF grep tool to search for the string ethics in the full text of the papers. So obviously this kind of research, there's bits that are time consuming and there's bits that you can kind of save time on. The bit that's really hard is actually to get the text of the full papers legally available. Like if we could do this through some kind of full text searching of all of the articles itself, instead of to download the PDFs, it would be much better, much faster. But if we search for this string ethic, you will find ethical or ethics or ethic, and we did some searches for other terms as well, and this was the best one. We found that if there's another term like consent or something like that, ethics always appeared with it. So, and of that we found 42 papers. So here are the results of things we looked for, such as ethical approval for the study. So 13 studies of these 826 mentioned that they had ethical approval. So that's very low. Learner consent, there were 17 studies, it was slightly higher. De-identification was mentioned 10 times. Full anonymization was mentioned 11 times. And then there was other ethical situations as well, considerations in 29 cases. And some of these things were like, we adhere to the code of conduct of our MOOC platform. We've got permission from FutureLearn, or we are going by our Swedish ethics rules, or we are going by the Belmont report. But I think the reason I said ethical approval originally, because that's the one that kind of, to me, says that is the best, the highest one, because you've got, it should cover all of the others as well. The ethical approval should cover a multitude of other things, and it's independent from the research team. So, not much is what we found. So now, absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence, of course. They could have taken these things and not reported them in the papers. They may have ethical approval and we just don't know. Maybe that was not space for that in the paper, or it wasn't needed or warranted. So we would say that one of our conclusions would be that the onus is on the publishing community to bring more standards to bear. And you'll see this in some journals in particular disciplines. Like say you're in health and medicine, you have to put in your ethical approach to your learners. But in education, in this kind of lovely area of ed tech, these interdisciplinary spaces, it can be less mature, let's say. Less requirement for that. But there's also the support for researchers on this, because we're doing things in big multidisciplinary teams now, so we need to support each other through these things. We can't be an expert in everything. And then some future work and recommendations, and I'll put this picture of an egg up here, and you can have a think why that egg might be there. Oh. So have a think what that egg might mean. Think of the egg. Think about the egg. So some things we're going to do is update the data set. The full access texts makes this, that was kind of the hardest bit to do of the study, is getting access. I guess it's also the annoying bit about the study, because just, you know, there's a lot of talk about open education at this conference, and there's a lot of overlap with I come from an open education department originally, and I find the idea quite galling that I just don't have access to all the research that's out there, and it's so hard to get, you know, unless I go to a legal website, Sci-Hub. But and maybe there's some things I'm missing here as well. Maybe there's more ways to do the search of the full text, or get these texts, or collaborate in groups on this. The publication outlets, we actually had some stuff on the country prevalence of ethics, and whether there was more prevalence of ethics evidence in medical and non-medical literature. We didn't have time to cover that here. But the idea of the egg is, and it comes back to Zook et al.'s idea of auditability, and being able to audit. So this is about traceability. So you could have a gold standard, let's say, of ethical approval. So if you see an article and they've got their ethical approval, they say, we got ethical approval from an institutional review board or an ethics committee, you could say that's a good evidence. But ideally, they will give a review number. You know, that could be maybe even higher standard, so it's less. But maybe if there was some kind of traceability, like you know where your food comes from, and ethics committees could give out these numbers, and then they could trace them back, and you could say, right, we gave out this research, they published on, did they do what they said they were going to do? Is there a kind of two-way, more accountability with these things? Or if I'm reading some research and I find it strange, and I go and I take this ethical number and I go back to an institution and say, listen, tell me about this study. So there's more we could do. But we could also get into checklist ethics with this, which is a phrase my colleague James alerted me to when we were talking about this research and we were discussing it. And I'm going to ask James to say a few words as well next, to keep the discussion going. James is an editor of, one of the editors of Research in Learning Technology, an open access journal, and I've done some editorship of journals myself, so what I wanted to get James's take as to talk a bit about this for us and keep this discussion going. So James, over to you.
Yeah, Amy just asked me to speak to a few things when we were preparing the paper related to this presentation. Things just, we'd end up stop working to talk about some of the issues that were coming up in our minds as we were working on the paper. And it was kind of like, you know, who are these monsters publishing these papers and not talking about ethics at all and not talking about ethical approval? And then I was like, wait, like I have a background in psychology, very strong on ethics. I'm a reviewer for journals. I'm one of the editors on Research and Learning Technology. Do I insist on people giving those details in the papers? No, I don't. And why don't I do that? So, you know, like if you look at the author guidelines for Research and Learning Technology, we specifically call out that people should be considering ethics, and they should be getting ethical approval from the appropriate places, but we do not mandate that that appears in the articles. And if you review the last 5 or 6 or 7 papers published in this journal, 2 of them out of that 5 or 6 or 7 mention ethics. One is with secondary school children, so under 18s, so maybe that's the push to say we did get ethical approval to do that, and again, the other is in the area of health. So you can see, the rest of them, the word ETHIC, that root does not appear in any of those journals. So it's kind of like, you know, 6,000 words isn't a lot of words. Why talk about something if no one is pushing you to do it? But again, if you were doing some kind of analysis of all these papers, us as a community, we don't know, is it absence of evidence or evidence of absence? And that's problematic, and it's something that I think I'm going to have to bring up with my editorial team colleagues more, you know, to say, should we be pushing people more to do this? Should we be, you know, asking for ethical evidence of ethical approval where human participants, you know, have been involved? And, you know, should we be pushing more in that direction? And really, I only see this coming up as an issue where someone says, whoa, these people seem to be doing something where I would really like to see evidence of ethical approval but they have not said anything about it. And that's where it ends up being an instruction to authors. So I think for all of us who are reviewers, who are in editorial boards or editorial teams, we need to think about this more and we need to talk about this more.
Thank you, James. And don't worry, I don't have any more slides. I just have to say my closing call to you is, can we show how we care about learners in our research by making ethics visible? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Eamon, very much for this. If you have a question. Thank you very much, Eamon, and for this interesting paper. So the results are still quite disappointing, but I'm not surprised. As I mentioned, we found the same in our review about AI applications. And also thank you to James for bringing in this, your perspective as an editor. That's also quite helpful and interesting to hear that. We have maybe 2 more minutes for questions and comments. There is someone in the back, and then I see Rory. Please.
So, Vertrein from KU Leuven. I see a lot of similarities with the kind of work that we do to make crowdsourcing more visible, about the ethics of crowdsourcing that we see in heritage communities. And I think what we indeed need, and you made a very nice case of that, is more explicit norms. So we cannot just say we need to make it more visible. I think we also jointly should develop standard norms that we say this is a template that you can use to make it more implicit. And, we see these discussions a lot in the context of the European GDPR regulation that everybody hates because it is a lot of administrative burden. But the positive side of it is exactly that we want to push people to be open about and to negotiate with each other in clear ways about what kind of consent really is given. The GDPR doesn't forbid anything, in fact. It just says you how you can use materials. And of course, it's quite complex, but I think if we can clarify this by easy procedures, good templates, we can maybe make progress in all these domains. So, but I really found your case very convincing.
Thank you, Fred. Yeah, yeah, it is. And we did look at other. It's beyond this, but there's other countries that don't have GDPR, let's say, and the cases, there's a lot less. Olaf mentioned some kind of surveillance and invasive technologies around the world that are quite troubling. And your work on the crowdsourcing and in the heritage and everything, there's lots of ethical complexities, but the workers, unseen workers in systems, and I like your idea of having these discussions and using the GDPR as something good, because it's often easy to see it as something terrible that's been given to us. Thank you.
I would say we can allow 1 more question, please.
Thank you. Does the concept of proportionality come into the ethics debate? And by that I mean, it's if there's no risk or minimal risk. In our university, and most universities in Canada, and they send it back within a day. And if it isn't minimal risk, then it goes to the committee. And it's the concept of proportionality. And too often we've seen at our university is if you get ethics professors on that committee, they want to discuss everything. They want to just digest every little one, and they won't accept minimal risk or proportionality at all. So I'm wondering how that would fit. Like in our journal, I don't think I've ever seen ethics in any of the articles mention the ethics. We just assume that if it needed go to an ethics board, it would have gone there. And again, I'd say 99% of our articles are minimal risk in any case.
Well, what about, Rory, if you saw something that was high risk coming through to Erodal, what would you ask the authors to give anything on that, or if it was? Yeah.
If we saw any paper that was high risk, we would certainly go. I have never seen it. I say 99%, probably 100%. We have not seen it.
I think an aspect of the paper, an aspect of this that we didn't really dig into there, was the differences of opinion about what proportion of risk we would talk about in these types of studies. And this is the whole thing, is like some people are coming to this work, these kinds of studies, and they're obviously saying there is nothing to worry about here. There are no issues. Whereas other people are like, there are some serious ethical issues around big data, around, people's data being taken, there's no informed consent. And then later when you figure out that actually when these data sets are combined with other data sets, the people are identifiable. They are being put at risk, but without any informed consent layers in there, or maybe it's buried in the terms and conditions of signing up to the MOOC in the first place, but no one's ever, they don't understand, that's not informed consent, but like it's kind of ticked the box somewhere along the way. So for some people, it's like, there is no ethical risk here. We're not interviewing anyone. There's nothing going on. For other people, it's like, no, there's major ethical issues here. So where the proportion is, might differ vastly depending on who you're talking to. So I think this is one of the issues. But again, in our institution, something that is justifiably low risk, again, will only go to one member. Something that's moderate will go to 3 members of the Research Ethics Committee, and something that's deemed higher risk will go to the full committee. So in terms of our institutional process, we see that proportionality bit. Whether that's a perfect system, I don't know.
Yeah, thank you. Regrettably, we must move on in our session. So thanks again to Eamon and James for the presentation. And we move on to another paper dealing with ethical issues in blended online and distance education, presented by Victoria Marine from the University of Lleida. And her co-author is Gemma Tour from the Universitat de les Îles Balears. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, Victoria, the presentation is there. Can it be started, please?
Thank you very much, Olaf, and thank you also for the colleagues from the other presentation. This is a topic a bit different because this was a focus on research ethics, and here it's about ethical issues in blended online and distance education. As Olaf was presenting, I'm working at the University of Lleida as a researcher in educational technology, and Gemma Tour is my colleague from the University of the Balearic Islands as well in Spain. In this presentation, we focus on actually on these ethical issues, but on the educational use of technology. So we know that in the last decades, the technology has been used massively. We have been seeing many tools, many companies that are increasing their use of technology for educational purposes. It was not so common to see critical voices about these ethical issues, so it was not so question about what this technology is doing or what data, for example, is collecting about data privacy. So there were some critical voices, but they were mostly marginal in this later decades. With the pandemic, we have been seeing more and more critical voices about this big experiment of data collected by different online systems. So we hear more about datafication, the phenomenon of collecting data from different systems and using those data, for example, in the case of MOOCs. Surveillance, for example, online proctoring tools were also quite an issue at the point of the pandemic and beyond. or artificial intelligence, Olaf was also mentioning. I also collaborated on that systematic review on artificial intelligence in higher education. And of course, that's becoming a hot topic. Well, it's already a hot topic for some years, but still the applications for education are increasing worldwide, and also the concerns from the educational field. Of course, we have other issues that were commonly present, like copyright, intellectual property. That was always a topic for a long time, and of course, still now. Data privacy, really connected to datafication, but the idea that we have now massive data, it's becoming that phenomenon, but we still are worried about that and were worried before. And plagiarism, well, connected to copyright issues, probably you also had that issue in your institutions. The concern about student cheating online was increasing also with the pandemic, and the need of using plagiarism tools. So these are topics that were also more emphasized during the pandemic. And then some other voices like Neil Selwyn or Williamson, so you already saw some references in the keynote, talk about this marketization of education, so like businesses being more and more present in educational context. So these are these kind of concerns for the introduction of this study. These are topics that are discussed. Sometimes you see them like in a short note at the end of a paper, like this has some ethical issues, like in the research ethics. So sometimes there is a short mention, but it's not usually the focus of the research. And actually there is a recent paper from Kimmons and Rosenberg that actually look at different trends, and they say there is scarce research on ethical aspects in educational technology. So in this study, we wanted to actually scope the body of literature about ethical issues in the educational use of technology. For that, we did a scoping review, which is could be a first step before a systematic review. And the intention was mostly to map, to give an overview of what is being doing, what characteristics has the research on ethical issues in educational technology, also what kind of research scope it has, which kind of topics are addressed, and also about the strategies and recommendations that are provided by those studies. So with that kind of study, we wanted also to give some insight into the ethical issues of educational technology, and also to highlight some important gaps to address in practice and research. Usually for a scoping review, we could not go through a framework, but we look at this kind of conceptual framework from Lucy and Grant. That's the moral dimensions of the moral use of educational technology in continuum for administrators, teachers, and students. The context is for primary education, but we thought that these concepts are actually quite close to other contexts, of course. This framework is based on two others that are older frameworks that already had this PAPA model from Mason 1986, and there is another one that is from Peace and Hartzell 2002, which includes this freedom of speech. So we use this framework as a first step for conceptualizing the data. So here first we had property, and property is of course, directly related in contents of online and blended distance education to individual ownership of the products that you create as a student, as teacher. So all the materials that you create, it's your property. You have this ownership. And on the other side, we also have the fair use, the use of Creative Commons licenses. And of course, in the more bad side, I would say, and sometimes not so intentional, the plagiarism practices to actually break some of these ideas of property. Then we have privacy, and privacy, we have been already talking about data privacy. So here, this massive information of data, the massive data creates this phenomenon of datafication. Also, artificial intelligence has some problems with possible bias derived from data as well, surveillance using different proctoring systems. Accessibility is actually connected to digital divide. So that would be 3 different levels of digital divide: access, use, and also performance. So we have also here something that is really connected to the use of technology in education, which it's not so common seen in this context. And then we talk about accuracy. And here accuracy, it's directly linked to the use of information and how suitable information is to find on the internet. Of course, we have a great source of information, but we have also a source where we can find fake news and manipulation of information. So we have these both sides. And then we have also freedom of speech. And here the authors talk more about the freedom of speech from an instructional point of view. But we thought that could be also connected to the concept of netiquette, that it's perhaps not so, I think that it's not so heard lately, but still the important way of how to behave on internet, how to communicate in a kind of, in the era where we are found, is still important, although we are not speaking that much on that. So what we, as I was introducing before, we did a scoping review to provide an overview of what kind of research was there about this topic. We used the Prisma reporting guidelines for systematic reviews, although it was a scoping review. As a search strategy, we used 3 international databases, which are Web of Science, Scopus, and Dialnet. Dialnet is one in Spanish-speaking countries. And we used different search strings depending on the database that included the part of education, ethics, and technology. So we tried to combine with different operators, and depending on the database, it has to be like simple or longer search string. We searched, well, we had in English and Spanish the keywords, but if we could find something, we could find something else that it was not in those languages, we could also include it, which was not the case, I have to say. Then about the inclusion and exclusion criteria, actually were quite open because it was a scoping review to try to map everything that was there. So we didn't limit on the period of time or the type of publication. We wanted that was specifically in the context of education. That was important because it was which kind of ethical issues were in the context of the use of technology in education. It was not about using technology to teach ethics or just superficially mentioning at the end something about ethics. It has to be a more consistent work. Also, we found many papers about ethical issues for engineering, like how to create technology for could be used in education, but we wanted to focus the use of technology in education. So that was, of course, a challenging issue then when we were screening because we had so many specific criteria to look at. So we were 2 reviewers. We had first this phase of duplicates removal with Zotero. Here you can also see the Prisma flow. So first we had 1,483 registers. We removed duplicates. We screened first based on title and abstract, 1,169 records. We excluded many of them because of the reasons. Then we tried to retrieve them. We found at the end 191 that we wanted to screen on full text, and at the end we got 99 for the review. We used also the Kappa scoring. It was a moderate level of agreement. I think it was quite difficult with the criteria we had to get low, like higher in our level. But we had also these measures of regular discussions to discuss when we have some doubts, or also we had this 3 rounds of screening based on full text to review the same studies, the 10% same studies, to agree on them. And yeah, we used also different software for systematic reviews like Ryan and Epi Reviewer. And then we did the data extraction. So for the data extraction, we used this coding schema. So we wanted to look at the basic characteristics of these publications. So mostly interesting was to see which kind of publication type and the article type, for example. The research scope, which was the focus, so which kind of topics are addressed in this research, which kind of geographical coverage. And here as well was interesting to see which kind of tools were mentioned, which kind of categories of tools. Then we looked also at the research methods, and the open part, text to code, was this part of which kind of strategies are addressed to work ethical issues in educational technology and the recommendations, basically. So the analysis, you will see it's basic as we were seeing before, with some graphics that I will show now. We used thematic coding for the topic of study. So first we used that conceptual framework that I showed before to code the topics of a study. And then we still found some other topics that were not there, and we went inductively with those. And with the technological tools and devices, we didn't use a classification. We also coded inductively. So we had, as I was saying before, 99 studies, most of them in higher education. I didn't say that we covered all the levels, but of course, we thought it will be like that we had also more in higher education or applicable to any, so they are not specifying which kind of level they are focusing on. Mostly journal articles, which was expected by the databases that we used. And the type of article, well, we had almost half and half empirical and theoretical. So it was a really high percentage of research that's more theoretical based. That's something that I will come later as well to talk about. And then, of course, it was also interesting to know that only one journal has 3 studies of these topics. So actually, most of them were quite diversified in different publication outlets. So it was not so focused on like in other kind of topics that it's like 3 or 4 journals cope most of the papers, but rather quite diversified. In terms of the evolution, we saw that, of course, the interest is growing as many other topics. From the period 2006 to 2010, there was some increase where we can say, well, social media was emerging. There are starting some studies there. We have an important peak in the 2016-2020 period, which of course comes also with the pandemic. And we can see that probably the next 4 years will be also much higher than was the 4 years before, like from being this kind of evolution right now. Which kind of topics were addressed? Well, data privacy was actually the most common there, the most present. It's a really big topic, and I would say that also with the pandemic has been an important increase of data, how it's being used, how it's being collected, and so that's the main topic. But then also academic honesty and intellectual property, it was also quite present. And then it was also astonishing to see that in the third position, it's like general, not specific. So actually, there are many studies that just say we are looking on ethical issues in technology use in education, but they are not mentioning any of these kind of topics. So it's quite broad. It's not so concrete. And then you see other topics there. There were some that were not in this conceptual framework, like algorithmic decision-making connected to artificial intelligence, still growing, or health and digital well-being, environmental issues, language and culture. These are quite minor, but they were not in this framework present. So it was also interesting to note this aspect. And how about the evolution in time? Well, Actually, data privacy is also increasing, so it has an important presence in those studies, but it also has the one with more evolution, like more increase in time as well. This general, not specific, has also some increase. And we have algorithmic decision-making that also seems to be increasing interest, which it's probably really directly connected to artificial intelligence and its evolution in education. And there are other topics that are mostly going down, as you can see, but these are the ones that I noted that in that slide because of their evolution. What about tools? Well, actually, most of them didn't say any tool at all, so they were just talking about academic honesty or data privacy, but they didn't mention any category of tools. When they did, it's learning analytics, that it's mostly connected to data privacy and surveillance, so this is in this context, in these studies with these topics. Or plagiarism tools, mostly connected to academic honesty, intellectual property, LMS, but there are also other tools that are really, their presence are really minor. About the research methods, we can see that, of course, probably because most of the studies were theoretical, well, half of the studies were theoretical, we don't have actually a research method or a research instrument, but when there is, it's quite balanced in between qualitative, quantitative, survey, interview, so these are more the common ones. And we come to the discussion. Right now, I have more results, but I brought only some synthesis of them, but if someone is more interested, I can also discuss some more, then if we have some time or later. So about the discussion, we found in this study that there was existing awareness about different topics, as we saw from the literature and from this study. So copyright, learner privacy, accessibility, digital divide, net etiquette. These are topics that were already interesting before, and they are continuing, some more present than others. Then we find some other new topics or were not so present, although it's low, like the consideration of language and culture in online education, blended learning, the use of technology in education, environmental issues as well, which of course probably have quite a lot of connection with the environmental awareness that is being raised in the last years, and health and digital well-being, also probably connected to the pandemic, the importance of considering more this well-being. It's also reflected in the studies here. And there are new topics that have some increased interest, like algorithmic decision-making, as I was saying before. Artificial intelligence is a big topic. Actually, this year was new reports from the UNESCO and artificial intelligence in education, and they are working a lot on this topic, so it's a concern, and also about surveillance as well. Then were also the divergent trends, like environmental issues were increasing. Yeah, not so clearly, but they are increasing their importance. But etiquette, which was a topic that was quite common before, seems to be decreasing in interest, although we see that it's a period of, hate speech, trolls, so perhaps this topic is still important, but it seems that the research is not so interested on that right now from this study. Well, with this overview, we try to raise some attention, research and practice to this kind of context, trying to feel out a bit what is being doing in this topic. We also wanted to note again that most of the study had this general approach without not specific topic or technology, and that could also be connected also to these theoretical essays, which are good. We have to have this theoretical research, but we also need empirical inquiry and practice, and especially practice was mostly missing. So how can we do in practice to work with these topics in this context? So perhaps we need some more combined visions here. Of course, we acknowledge that there are some limitations in the study. We think that we should increase these, the terms that we use. We will need to depurate again to do like it was our first step to a systematic review. We think that for a systematic review, we will need to work further on this search string and also on the conceptualizations of the data. And we are working on other topics related to this study, like what are the teachers' perspectives about these topics and their strategies to deal with them. We looked, some of them were inside, but we are working on that also, and trying to see this topic classification, if it's good enough, if we will need to validate it or to improve it, and deeper analysis of some of the specific topics. For example, we are interested to look more at these studies on data privacy and educational technology, but we will also have to increase the number probably. So here, well, these two references, they are also in the paper. And thank you very much for the attention. Just to say, I have to acknowledge the grant that I received by the Ministry of Science and Innovation that has funded this travel and this being here in Athens today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Victoria. I'm just wondering why you are so modest and consider this as a scoping review. You could easily write this up to a full systematic review that you could sell to a journal. Okay, I think time is almost over, but maybe we can allow one question for Victoria. Eamon, please. Yeah, you can just press the button.
Thank you, Victoria, for a wonderful presentation. I didn't want to ask a question because everybody's heard me talk already, but it's great work, and thank you for your work and your scholarship. As Olaf said, it's a great project that you've done. It's a great research. Lots of things I'm going to ask you about, so I might catch you later and talk to you about them. But you mentioned there was only one. There was one journal that had 3 studies, and there was some so it's spread out this kind of research. I actually have 2 questions. One's a statement. Maybe you need to start your own journal on ethics in educational technology, or there's some gap here, or a special issue of a journal perhaps on this topic. It seems too important as the trend is showing. But the other one is, you mentioned you have half between empirical studies and concept pieces, and you mentioned the research methods of those empirical studies. But what kind of things were they studying? What kind of research questions were they pursuing? What were they looking at?
Yes. So the research questions, I didn't put them in the slide, but I had them. Although in a scoping review, because it's providing this general overview, it's looking at the whole thing. But I had this: what are the characteristics of the research that has been done in this topic? Then what is the research scope and methods? And what strategies and recommendations are suggested. But I forgot to put it in the slide, sorry.
Okay. So there's a variety of things in these studies that they were researching in ethics. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your question.
So, thank you very much. Our time is over. I think we all earned our lunch now. So, time again to thank our presenters and authors. Thanks for coming.
I think we can start. Unfortunately, one of our presenters is absent, so I will say, fortunately, we have more time for the first presenters. So I would like to welcome you to the last research track of our research sessions. This is the 6th one, and we will be focusing on a very demanding and hot topic, post-COVID time. I would like to refer to the 3M of Olaf Zawacki-Richter that he mentioned in his keynote yesterday, that 3M, macro, meso, and micro. I will say that the presenters today will be focusing on the micro level about the professional development approach in the transition, in the digital transition through the pandemic. And they will present us a very interesting topic, how this transition took place and what implications we can get with us today for the post-COVID process. So I would like to welcome our first presenter, and I will ask her to present her co-authors. Thank you.
Now, where's the slide? Oh, there we go. So, good afternoon, everybody. Okay, that's fine, isn't it? Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Karina Ginty, and I'm from the Atlantic Technological University in the west of Ireland, right beside the Atlantic. I'm here with my colleagues, Annette Cosgrove and Jessica Duffy. So together we're going to walk you through and talk about digital ed and the various initiatives, the digital transformation initiatives that have developed in the Atlantic Technological University and the lessons we've learned, and engagement with a digital education knowledge platform and the impact that's had on the community in EADTU and where we're going forward with this in the future. So I go. It's working? It's not working. This isn't working. Yeah, but this was working earlier. Okay. No. John, there's somebody else. His name is on there. Maybe he's starting again. Yeah. Oh, is that the end? Okay. Okay, thank you. Thanks. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about our university. We're a very new university, and formally established in the 1st of April this year, bringing together 3 institutes of technology across the west and northwest of Ireland, and we are now renamed EADTU. We'll also talk a little bit about digital ed, the knowledge platform, and what it has delivered, the development journey and the learnings to date, findings and feedbacks from participants, and also considerations for the future as we continue this digital transformation journey in the EADTU. We have also put a paper together, so that will be available. Can you hear me? Okay, sorry. We put a paper together as well, which will be available in the coming weeks also. Okay, so a little bit about our university. We have 8, or I should say 9 campuses across the west and northwest of Ireland, and they're all in very picturesque locations beside the Atlantic Ocean. And we are, I suppose, at this stage, since we have merged to become this EADTU, we are the largest multi-campus technological university in Ireland. So we're servicing this region all from the west, Galway in the west, right up to Donegal. We have 600 programs, 8 research centres, 9 campuses. Annually, there's up to 5,000 graduates graduating now from our college or university, and over nearly 21,000 students. I think it's 22 on the last count of students across, and you'll see all the different sites. So that will just give you the breadth of and scope as to how this digital ed platform developed, and I suppose worked with the community across the EADTU benefited from this. So this digital-led teaching and learning knowledge platform, it provides access to professional development pathways, learning pathways, a suite of digital resources, and it's all about supporting colleagues in building digital teaching and learning, pedagogic expertise, and for educators who want some formal learning pathways or even digital badge opportunities for designing and delivering and supporting flexible and online learning programs effectively. Okay. So part of our journey when we developed the platform was looking at the structure and the outline, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a few moments, how that model emerged and what influenced that. But to give you a feeling for the platform when you go in, and it is available by open access, it's not just for our university, anybody can access this platform globally. And to date we've had about 26,000 unique users that have engaged with the platform since we launched it. We launched it in March 12th, 2020, the year, I suppose the day that all the institutes closed down, certainly in Ireland, and everybody went online. And little did we know this was coming down the track. We were initially funded through an Irish Higher Education Innovation and Transformation Fund to establish and develop digital teaching and learning capabilities back in 2019. But little did we know this was coming down the line and COVID would hit, but it was quite timely. So we launched this platform, and it has gone through some various different updates over, through lessons learned over the pandemic. We've changed kind of structures and made it more intuitive, looking at step 1, 2, and 3. That was a key part so people could navigate through the platform smoothly. But it has been a kind of, I suppose, a one-stop shop for colleagues, and it's been backed up by a range of different services and initiatives to support the communications. So if we look at what it's delivered, and we're just going to break it down, so it'll give you an idea as to what colleagues have been interacting with and how it's been benefiting their practice. And then we'll share a little bit about the findings and the impact of that. So we look at number 1, the first area, and the area where we have encouraged the guidance and engagement with the platform is all about discovering your digital capabilities. And Jessica, my colleague, is going to tell you a little bit about that and the discovery tools and what we've learned from that. Okay.
I'm Jessica Duffy. I work in the Teaching and Learning Centre with Karina in Galway Mayo at the Atlantic Technological University. So the first step of building digital capabilities, what we did is we piloted the digital discovery tool. This tool was developed by JISC in the UK, and it gave 3 different kind of online self-assessment tests that users could do to assess their digital capabilities. What's nice about these is that they cover, especially the first one there, explore your overall digital capabilities. That would be the more generic one that covers 15 areas of digital capabilities. And once a user takes this self-assessment, they get a feedback report at the end. And it's customized because what it does is not only does it show the strengths and the areas of development for each learner, but it also gives a tailored next step section. So it's further studies for what that learner can do past the self-assessment. And because you can come back and retake it over and over, you could take the test let's say you take the test in January and 6 months later in the summer, you retake it and you can compare the 2 self-assessments. There's a little display there, a visual that gives you the digital capability areas. I'm not going to go through each one of them, but the wheel there kind of shows the further out that triangle goes, that's a stronger area that the learner has in that capability, and the shorter areas would show the areas for development.
Thanks, Jessica. So for colleagues engaging with that tool, that provided kind of baseline data for their own development. And you'll see in a moment we have a digital dashboard tool which shows where we were in April 2022 this year, the last board that was produced, and how we've developed our proficiency in digital capabilities through engagement with the learning pathways. So the second step in engagement with the knowledge platform that has worked really well is colleagues very much feeling part of a community, a digital education community across the ATU. And there was a number of ways that worked well in promoting and supporting that engagement. So there's a series of webinars and events that take place monthly, and they're available in an online format, but also there was a number that were face-to-face as well. The learning pathways have been an opportunity for the community to come together, work together, collaborate, peer learning opportunities, and learning from each other in relation to EdTech tools and digital education. There was a Teams digital forum established also, where it provided opportunities for networking, engagement, and discussion across the 8 campus sites initially. And then also a blogging opportunity where there was lessons learned or articles or tools that were reviewed or any learnings from the student experience also showcased within the blogs and articles area. But I suppose the biggest impact for us and the story that has shown the most, I suppose, engagement and impact across all of our academic departments is the creation of a digital champions network and empowering our colleagues across various different departments to take leadership roles in developing EdTech within their own departments. And we've seen how powerful it is, that impact of peer learning and collaborative learning, and Annette will be talking about that in a few minutes, we'll be sharing. But one in particular initiative that we established that's providing knock-on effects across the community in the EADTU is the formal postgraduate certificates, CPD opportunities in digital teaching and learning and technology enhanced learning. This is a level 9 postgraduate program, and since the pandemic hit in 2020, we've had 100 colleagues working on this accredited learning pathway. It normally takes about a year to complete this certificate, 6 months to a year. And it was quite timely also because Annette started her PhD in this area at the same time, looking at the impact of professional learning and accredited learning in digital teaching and learning and technology enhanced learning. And we'll be sharing some of those insights from those participants who've engaged in this learning pathway in a few moments. But the Champions Network has been powerful, and it's had a huge impact, which we'll share also. So there's other opportunities. When we talk about the community, it's not just about the champions. The platform provides so many opportunities to come in and engage and learn from others. We've curated a whole suite of teaching and learning research papers and resources. There's opportunities for booking for workshops online, enrolling on various different badges. As Jessica mentioned, the capabilities tool, creating comments within our own forum and in our Teams, MS Teams platform has been a lovely opportunity for sharing and collaborating also. So then step 3 is all about skills development. And we discovered quite quickly that we needed to put in learning pathways, structured learning pathways for our colleagues to engage with professional development and digital education. But so it wasn't just about putting the accredited pathways in place. We needed to have some sort of quick fix digital badges, a curated suite of resources and short courses that they could take at their own pace in their own time and achieve a digital badge. And they have been extremely popular, and there's been lots of engagement in that. But we not only did it for academics, we felt the professional services team also equally needed a badge pathway. And through our own digital capabilities workshops that we ran across the EADTU in 2019 and 2020, we could discover where there was gaps in the skill sets and how we needed to create and develop that package and that learning pathway. So just looking at the academic pathway alone, some of the steps that we agreed on that worked well, colleagues felt going through the discovery tool was the first step that gave them that foundation. As Jessica showed, you got your web map and you could see where you were strong or weak in particular areas. So that helped you focus then on how was I going to step forward and develop my EdTech skills in CPD? Where did I need the most help? Another area and another tool that has had a big impact is an Oscar tool that it's a module design tool that we get colleagues to engage with as part of the learning pathway. And that Oscar tool is actually adapted from SUNY. If you're familiar with SUNY in the States or the Online Learning Consortium, SUNY is the State University of New York. We've worked very closely with them, Professor Meg Benck in particular and Alexandra Pickett, in engaging Oscar and customizing it for our own university. We were conscious that we were dealing with a different national framework of qualifications that would be in place compared to America, and there was different things in relation to our own VLE that we had to take account of. So this tool is available, and it's available through open access. Again, it went through a peer review process, piloted with 5 or 6 different programs across Galway initially, and then across the EADTU. So it's been actively used now by about 300 or more colleagues in our university, and it's a mark and a stamp of quality when it comes to online and flexible learning delivery. And then the other piece which was, I suppose, really embedded within their pathway is this whole idea of engaging with workshops and sessions that were made available. And we made it very easy for people through a very interactive staff portal and a booking system through Microsoft Teams to allow that. But then when you dip into the just the badge pathways, you'll see there's a whole suite of resources here. One in particular that has been extremely popular is Open Teach, where we worked with GCU, and Orna Farrell, who's here in the audience, would have, I suppose, consulted with us, along with others who had really valuable training resources, and we embedded that into our VLE. So that's just one example. You'll see other things like Tony Bates, who's well known internationally. He contributed to a masterclass with us, and then we put his learning resource up on our platform as well. So we were conscious that we had to create, I suppose, an a la carte menu for colleagues so that they could dip in and out of what worked best for them. Another training resource that has had big impact is a collaboration again with SUNY. We looked at a digital teaching and learning online course that they had developed locally for their own university colleagues. And again, Annette and I worked quite closely with them in adapting it to suit our own cohort in Ireland. And that became, I suppose, not just a standalone badge for colleagues, but also part of the accredited learning pathway that I just mentioned earlier. And then we might just say a little bit about, sorry Jessica to jump up again, now Jessica was involved more in this research element and the development of the professional services piece, so maybe you just say a little bit about this. Yeah. Sorry.
So yeah, I'm actually really excited about this one, and the reason I am is because we hear so much about academic colleagues and tips and tricks to help the academics, but you don't really hear so much about the support services, the administrators, and how we can best support our academic colleagues. So when we were developing the academic digital badge learning pathway, we didn't want to forget about the support staff who work with us. So we decided to adapt the learning pathway, the academic learning pathway, for a professional services learning pathway. We reviewed the resources, we looked to see what would accommodate, what would also support those professional services, and then what we also did is we started identifying resources that might be more suitable to their jobs to support teaching and learning. And what we did is we started out with step 1, so step 1's the same, that digital discovery tool, that remained the same. Professional services staff could take that test, the self-assessment, and see where their gaps are and see where the strengths are in the digital capabilities. Followed by that, they could also engage with some Microsoft online mini courses. In addition to, we had some all-aboard courses embedded into the learning pathway. And we have 3 mini badges there that you see, the Explorer, the Adventurer, and the Navigator. Each of those has a set of criteria for the learner to engage with, and once they complete all the criteria, they earn the mini badge. After the 3rd Navigator badge, we have a little demonstration where we ask them to do something. It could be a blog, it could be contributing to a newsletter, it could be just doing a demo with their colleagues on how to use a new digital tool, and they can apply for the Professional Services Digital Champion badge. At the end of the day, what we really wanted to do is we wanted to keep this pathway as open and flexible as possible. Because there's so many different kind of support services staff that are in higher education, different tools will be needed for different tasks. So we also wanted to ensure that it could keep evolving and we can keep adding to the resource bank for these learning pathways. And the benefits to doing this at the end of the day would be, yes, you get your digital badge, but you also probably have improved your communication skills. You've probably learned about a new digital technology, but more importantly, not just learning the technology, but finding out identifying which one actually suits you best for the work that you're doing. So yeah, that's professional services.
Thanks, Jessica. And then I suppose there's been another impact of all this development and working with academic teams and professional services team is our whole services portfolio has expanded. And this is kind of our core suite of services that have stayed strong, and even since we've emerged from the pandemic, the services and support areas that are in most demand is an initiative that we set up during the pandemic called AMA, and it's called Ask Me Anything clinics. And really, these clinics are they're just, I suppose, a very flexible format. You can book within Microsoft Outlook. The entry comes straight into your Outlook. You can book face-to-face. You can also have it online through MS Teams, and it's 15 minutes of consulting with you and a learning designer on what you need in relation to your design of your course, in relation to student engagement, maybe to do with module design, the VLE, you name it, anything goes. So we have that strong team that were firefighting in the pandemic, but are now delivering a service that's been mainstreamed, and we hope to expand it further across the ATU, because it has proved to be very valuable. Other things like UDL has come to the fore, and we're running Ask Me Anything clinics on that. There's a dedicated training schedule monthly. There's also these MOT service. So a bit like sending your car for an update, we call it the Moodle Operation Transformation. So it's all about giving your course a kick and giving it, I suppose, reimagining it or redesigning it in a way that is fit for purpose and putting the student at the heart of everything we do. Also, another initiative that had started before the pandemic, became online during the pandemic and is now back either online or face-to-face, is the ABC Learning Design Method. And that is originated from an Erasmus Plus project that was led out by University College London pre-pandemic, but also was very active during the pandemic. And we were fortunate to be collaborating again with DCU, and we got an insight into this learning design initiative, and we established it within our own university. So again, really popular, and it's here to stay, very much so. And then there's also kind of department-specific school training that has emerged. We've seen how certain disciplines need kind of bespoke training and advice or support in relation to program design. So that's the clinics. And then in the resources, this has been a huge help to colleagues, particularly those that are studying on accredited programs in teaching and learning, and also that are, it's part of their own CPD development. You can go in and access resources that have been categorized under these three headings. Assessment has been particularly popular. Academic integrity has been a huge issue during, a challenge during the pandemic, and has come to the fore very much so, and we've created a lot of resources in that space that are available for colleagues to access. You'll see when you go into the platform, it's very easy, user-friendly. You can just search what particular paper, or particular topic you're looking for. It'll pop up and give you kind of a collection of resources that you can choose from. So that's been very useful to colleagues. Another piece of work that we did was looking at the digital tools. And when we did an audit across the ATU, we discovered 400 tools that were being used. And this was back in 2019 initially when we did the audit. And so we put together the team of digital champions in 2020 to actually review these tools and narrow it down to a core group of about 30-40 tools that were actually widely used and very impactful to teaching and learning. And we put together a rubric, and you'll see that on the site when you go into the platform, a rubric against all these various tools, and we have peer reviews built in saying why they like it, why they use it, how they use it, what discipline they're working in, and so forth. So that's been quite powerful, and that's all about, I suppose, the user experience. Word of mouth, we have found, has been most powerful in encouraging change and transition. This is a screenshot of the Oscar tool that has been hugely impactful, and again, I suppose it's becoming part of general processes and policies and procedures around quality and design in not just online flexible courses. We're talking about any course, because it's not a case that we can just divide them out now. It's immersed, digital, enhanced learning and teaching and assessment is very much part of all business within teaching and learning. So this tool is an interactive traffic light system. Again, you have access, it's open, it's available through the Digital Ed platform. That was our old logo from our previous college name, and now we're ATU. So, okay, so now we're looking at the development journey, and So we've had a really interesting journey over the last couple of years, and we documented this through really very talented graphic harvester. Her name is Maya Thomas. You'll probably find her on Twitter. So she pops up in various different conferences doing digital sketches and stories. So she documented this for us last year, which she told the story in a picture as to the journey that we've taken, and I suppose the lessons learned along the way, and where we began with the auditing and the capabilities review, the National Digital Experience Survey that we did and took part of, that provided baseline data for us, our own discovery tool and how we investigated the GIST tool, looking at the digital tools audit, developing the learning pathways, curating the resources, and having the monthly sessions and the community piece and the blogging and that communication circle going all the time. So, but looking back, when we look back, and we were talking about this the other day around how did we come to develop digital ed, and what have we learned, and what do we refer back to constantly to keep us in check, is the EU the digital competency education framework has been key. So we've been influenced by, well, what are these educated pedagogic competencies? What do we need to know and understand in relation to all of these areas? And we look at mapping then, are we doing the right thing? It's a nice self-check for us. Are we doing the right thing in relation to our platform? How are we developing that further? So we're constantly checking back in that. The other thing, as Jessica mentioned earlier, we're very influenced by the work that has gone on in the UK with GISC, and we work closely with them in our audit processes and that. And we're very much in our mindset, and when we're developing learning objects and reusable pathways and or learning pathways and reusable learning objects for colleagues in teaching and learning, we're looking at these 7 elements of digital literacy as well that's helping inform. And again, it's another self-check for us and how the framework is developing. Another model you may be familiar with that was developed on a national project in Ireland, and certainly these, it's a bit like what's the word? The underground map in the UK that we don't have, or it could be the Lewis in Dublin, the tube, yeah. So this was another project called All Aboard that was our project, and it was pre-pandemic, but they did a great job in categorizing all these resources and EdTech tools, and it was called All Aboard, and we were influenced by that when we were developing our own digital ed platform, and we liked the way things were categorized, and we certainly used those categories when we populated our digital tools within digital ed as well. And as I mentioned earlier, SUNY have been an amazing partner with us, and we're constantly learning and doing benchmarking exercises with each other and best practice. So that's an ongoing partnership. And I suppose that brings us back to where we are with the platforms. You'll see the screenshot there of all the different areas when you land in it. Okay. So that gives a little story on the impact and how the digital capabilities, and it's a nice infographic in that it's quite powerful. It tells us a lot in relation to impact, engagement, and where we're going forward in the digital ed. And one in particular where lessons learned have been documented and in teaching, learning and assessment across the EADTU and how we're coming through post the pandemic is a book that we produced about 6 or 8 months ago that was published just before we became our new university. And this digital ed book, it brings together, sorry, now I'm just skipping ahead there. It brings together 20 case studies prepared by 30 contributors from across the EADTU, and they're presented across these 8 themes. So we began to categorize the learnings under these themes, and we were fortunate that we had a really strong team of digital champions that have engaged with this learning and development and looking and, I suppose, seeking out what's relevant on the digital ed platform to impact the teaching and learning experience and the student experience. So we categorized all of them, and some of the great case studies that came through and how it's impacting their teaching. One, for example, would be in business and using the learning design framework. And you'll be able to just go in and look at these case studies because I won't have time to go through them all. But they're fantastic. They're 3 or 4 pages each. They show clearly what they did, how they did it, impact within their own discipline. And you'll see Lucia here, who was one of our graduates of the program, and she explains very well on the influence of the learning design method. We've other ones here in relation to the development of an online English language support program. In the EADTU, there's another Power app that was developed for maths. and how that has impacted students. Again, another initiative that has become a much bigger project for our university is this embedding employability and taking innovative steps to develop your career and your transition to work. So all of those cases are available and you can have a look at them. So, okay, so sorry to go back there. Yes, so there's lots of other cases there and you'll be able to have a look at them. So building a community through the Digital Champion Programme. Annette is going to share some of our findings there. Are we okay for time? Yeah, sorry, Annette.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks. Thanks, Karina. And I just want to introduce myself. I'm a lecturer in computing at EADTU, and I also was part of the team, the Digital Ed team, and I teach currently on the certain digital teaching and learning that Karina has mentioned. So just to talk a little bit about, if I have time, to talk about the Digital Champions. So I suppose just they were a very, very important output of the Digital Ed project, because they really, I suppose, it was more, they were mentors. So the program, I suppose, involved the mentoring of colleagues in the area of digital technology. So essentially this was invaluable when COVID hit us, as Karina mentioned. So what we had was the power of peer learning, was where there were digital champions right across all of our institutes and across different departments. So what they did was they informed and they helped in our colleagues, mostly academic colleagues, in the digital space. And they enabled them to teach effectively, really, and to use new technologies along with a lot of other supports. But it was a very, very important program and it was very timely. So I'm just going to run through a few of the points here on the slide. So just firstly, I suppose, just to run through the slides. It's hard to read them there, actually. Yeah. So essentially, the colleagues were inspired to embrace and implement innovative approaches. So I'm going to show you some of those innovative approaches, like what did they do? What makes them digital champions was an important question as well. So Karina mentioned each of these digital champions, they had completed a level 9 cert in digital teaching and learning. So I was leading out on that. So I was teaching them, and also, it was across the program, was a 10 credit module. So all of the people, the digital champions, they were experts in their field, and they shared not just as part of their work, they shared the book that Karina just talked about, and I'm going to show you some examples of their work, innovative practice, and how they empowered their colleagues, and they're a very important part of this program. So just to give some examples of the use of the different technologies. So some of you will be familiar with some of these technologies. So H5P incorporated into our VLE. So extensive use of H5P integration within videos. So allowing people to use new technologies, take existing videos and add to them in a very simple way. So none of this was, very difficult. But again, once they got the training, it really, I suppose, enhanced the student engagement with the online teaching. I suppose, made it more successful because they were using new technologies to engage the student and enhance the student engagement. Another example, podcasts. We use Flipgrid a lot, and I'll give some examples of use in the business school. How do you get first years to get to know each other? What technologies are you going to use? So again, they're all online. What we used, or one of the ladies in business and a lot of people used, was video introductions, sharing of podcasts. So just for some examples. Badges to enhance engagement as well. Use of OneNote for teaching maths. So this was one that was very successful for assessments in maths, and we have some examples of the digital champions. So they shared, we had ran webinars at lunchtime, and they shared their practice, and then if I was teaching maths, I was like, maybe I'll do that also. Again, a good way of engaging the students, ensuring that they were able to keep up with their assessments. So rather than, just having a 30% assessment at the end, a lot of lecturers used ongoing assessment strategies, which enabled the students to, I suppose, get more feedback on their learning, and which was very important in the online space. Some more examples: use of tell-tools, very for engagement. Menti, we used Padlet. So again, just to kind of put a little visual on it. Am I okay for time? So we have just some of the hotel school, just right across different schools, some podcasts, digital badges, and okay, I'll just click on here. Okay, all right. So I'll just pass back to Karina, and are you going to go through this?
So Yeah, so there was, I'm conscious of the time that I have to finish. So, yeah, so there's been lots of insights, and to sum up, this brings us back to the beginning where we started, and you'll see how our proficiency has grown in relation to digital capabilities and in all the various different areas. But, you know, this again is a check for us to ensure, are we on the right track, and how we're further developing the platform. We've had very high satisfaction rates in relation to the discovery tool and the various clinics. And that has clearly then embedded the service, and the value of that Ask Me Anything clinic services is about to expand now across the EADTU. There's a word cloud there of the areas that colleagues found most useful and most impactful in their teaching practice, and what they're taking forward in relation to, for example, programmatic review, academic integrity assessments. All of that has been important. Other things and areas where it has supported their digital teaching and learning development skills and where they're looking for further support. You'll see the PMSS, that's why we've put them centre stage as well in relation to digital pathways. Funding, lots are interested in funding and innovation and further development, which is fantastic. And we're lucky we have some interesting funding calls that are available through our university for colleagues. And then this gives you an insight into Annette is doing her PhD at the moment, and we got this opportunity to look at some of the participants, and some of the findings that they've given back to us have been quite interesting. If you wanted to say something about just one point on that.
Yes, well, what I'd do is I'd like to, you know, if anyone has any questions on it afterwards, I'd like to answer, you know, if you want to. So if you want to just run through the slides. And
yeah, I think we have to finish.
Yeah,
so this will give you a good insight into, there's 50% of the respondents indicated they were more confident in the area of digital learning. And so it's a positive trend. We're seeing CPD is of great value, and it's not going to go away. It wasn't just a case of a response to the pandemic, ensuring colleagues were upskilled for remote teaching. It's something now that has become very much part and core of continuous professional development, ongoing professional development. There's some really nice feedback there from colleagues in relation to what they've done and how it has impacted their whole outlook and engagement with professional development. And that's it. And the next thing, I suppose, for us is what we're considering in digital ed post-COVID-19, and we're very much influenced by what's going on in Europe as well. And one in particular report that is, I suppose, becoming centre to what we're doing in our university and the development of our learning and teaching strategy is this Next Steps report. So this was published in Ireland just about, I think it was published at Christmas or in January, and there's some really good lessons around that and looking at how we're embedding DELT and that whole digital enhanced learning and teaching going forward. And you'll be able to access that report, the National Forum for the Enhancement of Teaching and Learning. I think I have the link in the slides here as well. But they've mapped out a roadmap for us. We were all consulted across the sector. In my role, managing teaching and learning, for the university in Galway and Mayo, I took part in these consultations and how we looked at kind of the strategic alignment of the various initiatives and the value of that. And I suppose this is the last statement to close on. The pandemic has made visible some of the cracks in the higher education sector, and it's created a new urgency in responding to them. And I'm sure that is a common theme across all the different presentations today at the conference. So for us and for all of us working in higher education, it is time to reimagine what we're doing. And we certainly had that opportunity to develop digital ed, but we understand that there's more to come. And it's not about staying where we are or going back to the past, but we also understand that we now need to make do with all those successful things and what went well and bring it forward and make sure we maintain it and we build on those successful elements. So so that's it. Sorry, we're going way over. But I think the other person
like to say, please come here. Can we just thank them for this long but very rigorous research and the instructional design summary. That was so nice. I would like to move on to the question and discussion part. So I think we have time for questions for 5-10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. No questions for this rigorous path to confront COVID times? Yeah, there is, please.
What are you going to do next in terms of your strategy? Because you've achieved a lot. So how are you going to build on that?
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you also for the very interesting presentation and the chance we have to be here together for this beautiful conference. Well, our story has also to do with universities and their role in the pandemic, but in a different way. The effects of the health crisis, the pandemic crisis on education, are quite, let's say, to be explored yet. But our attempt was to show a different perspective of cooperation between the three levels of education here in Greece. Our presentation begins with the COVID-19 and the effects on education, the Greek primary and secondary education and their response to the pandemic crisis, the limitation and initiatives caused by this pandemic crisis, the initiative named T4E, I will come to this later on, and our case study in this initiative, our methodological approach, the findings of our approach, and then the discussion of our findings. I'll try to be as quick as possible. The million-dollar question is, what is the effect of the pandemic crisis in Greek educational system? Did it make any step towards its digital transformation? This is a very difficult question. That's why it costs 1 million and even more. And its effects are not very clear yet. Not only in terms of the efficiency of the system, but through the whole personality and performance effects, both in students and teachers as well. The effects of the pandemic crisis, both nationally and internationally, were immediate and occupied almost immediately the scientific community and, of course, all the stakeholders, schools, teachers, ministries, universities as well. As early as the mid-February 2019, UNESCO launched a special observatory which dealt with the consequences of the interruption of educational activities. According to UNESCO's own announcements in 2020, at the peak of the phenomenon, 90.1% of all trainees found themselves outside their training processes simultaneously. According to these findings, in Greece there were approximately 2.2 million learners outside of education, the very same moment. And considering the magnitude of the Greek so-called educational market, you can understand that we say about the whole population of trainees. It is reported by Goulas and Karalis that in times of crisis, the basic characteristics of the educational systems and their organizational strengths largely determine their successful response to this crisis. And that was a huge crash test for every educational system throughout the world. In Greek primary and secondary education, there is a dominant role of central administration, more decisive than many other educational systems throughout Europe. So the contribution of central administration was necessary to make possible the even temporary transfer of the educational work in an online digital environment. This was very difficult, as there was no precedent in Greek educational history, even of a relatively wide scale, and because of the fact that mainstream models of traditional distance learning cannot be directly and automatically transformed into operating and efficient digital education models. What about the rhythm? Is it rapid enough? Okay. When the going gets tough, the tough gets going. In our case, the role of tough was meant for the teachers of primary and secondary education to carry on with this unprecedented event. Given the situation and the extremely urgent need for immediate resumption of the educational process in primary and secondary education, this period was let's say the whole stop of the system was about two or 3 weeks, as I remember. the adoption of innovative solutions was required. For this purpose, as I said before, we have a very centralized system. The competent Ministry of Education and Religious Affairs planned, designed, and implemented, with the collaboration of several Greek universities and other organizations, and unprecedented as well as the situation, action for the training of teachers. Its name was Teacher Training in Distance Education, or as we say it, T4E. Its aim was to make teachers able to respond to the new conditions, via acquiring and further cultivating the knowledge and digital skills of teachers in pedagogical and teaching approaches with the support of synchronous digital media used in conditions of technologically augmented traditional or on-site education, as well as in distance learning. In this program, all the permanent teachers and substitutes of all specialties of general and special education and training of primary and secondary education could participate. The T4E training program utilized synchronous teleconference mainly and asynchronous distance learning technologies, e-class and EME platforms mostly. A total of 8 organizations participated in the T4E training programs, of which the first 7 are the universities, and last one is the Institute of Computer Technology and Publications, the OFADOS. This training program was to make teachers able to respond to the new conditions, to acquire and further cultivate the knowledge and digital skills. But in order to achieve that, it had to be structured in a very certain way. 3 different digital training phases were created for a total of 20 hours. 10 asynchronous and 10 synchronous, in classes up to 60 teachers in training, depending on their level, specialization, and special educational needs. Those 20 hours distributed in 10 hours of synchronous distance training through the WebEx synchronous distance learning tool in the form of teleconference, and 10 hours of asynchronous digital distance training utilizing the e-class and EME platforms. The training of teachers was implemented by trainers which universities had to train them by specialty, so to familiarize them with the structure of the programs, the content of the material, and how to manage synchronous and asynchronous teaching platforms. After the training of the trainers, additional training meetings were held by specialty during the teleconferences with the trainees. During the first phase, there were both asynchronous and synchronous components. In the asynchronous component, teachers studied relevant educational materials simultaneously using synchronous and distance learning. They became familiar to the general principles of digital teaching. They are not familiarized with these things, the trainees. But we'll see that some of them finally proved to be even more than the trainers themselves. Good practices of distance learning were presented along with modern distance learning platforms like digital platforms, e-class, and EME. I will run the presentation as fast as I can. What did the TAF did after all? Well, in such difficult conditions, which demanded the fast-track development of these educational tools, the specific conditions of the pandemic, and the given limitations in detecting the educational needs of the teachers, subsequently in the design requirements and even the suitability of the educational material of the program, created a series of reasonable concerns about the achievement of the program objectives and the potential participant links. In this paper, we present and discuss the findings for the teachers of the 3 specialties whose education was undertaken by the University of Piraeus. Those specialties were teachers, mathematicians, and philologists. The methodology of evaluation we followed was very common in terms of evaluating educational programs, but due to the special conditions of this period and due to the very tight timeline, it was very difficult even to design and to perform the very assessment of the program. To assess the achievement of the objectives of the training programs, though, we were based on the evaluation research concerning the social validity of the training and its effectiveness based on the self-report of the trainees. Specifically, trainees answered questions related to the effectiveness of the material and training process, the impact the instructional design of the entire program had on them, and their intention to use the material in the future. The effectiveness of the program was examined through a questionnaire formed by self-report questions. The effectiveness of the program was examined through self-report questions, which examined the participating teachers' perception of their ability to utilize synchronous and asynchronous distance education methodology and use digital education technologies. To choose and integrate appropriate educational material in the digital environment, which responds to the level of school education. I remind you that we have both primary and secondary education in this program. And to effectively manage synchronous and asynchronous communication tools. To design and develop educational materials for synchronous and asynchronous teaching, to orchestrate educational scenarios and educational activities based on good practices appropriate to the level of schooling or the subject or the needs of their students. To provide the necessary constructive feedback both to the students and the administration as well, to use the appropriate tools and methods for distant assessment. And finally, to support groups of students with special educational needs or disabilities within the general or special classes, to adapt distance learning to vulnerable social groups, such as students with a low socioeconomic profile, with a bilingual or different cultural background, and Roma population as well. Finally, to inform parents on how to support students in the context of distance education. Well, to wrap the things up, after 11,500 almost questionnaires, 5,000 of almost 6,000 in the starting phase, the ex-ante evaluation, and 5,600 in the ex-post evaluation. What did we find? What did we find? First of all, a few demographics of the teachers that were trained by the University of Piraeus. This picture is horizontally the same in all the universities. Perhaps we have a difference of a few percent, but it's quite solid. In our case, though, we have wow, huge wrapping up. Λοιπόν, most participants in our educational programs in both phases of research and for all specialties are women, except the mathematicians, which are quite balanced. Both mathematicians and philologists have the highest average age of 49 years, but on the contrary, teachers have an average age of 47 years. Perhaps we could discuss later what are the average ages in Ireland as well. Most participants hold a bachelor's degree except for teachers teaching in special education, which the master's degree prevails as a degree. The most professionally experienced participants are teachers, 20.6 years of experience, followed by the mathematicians with a very small difference. In all specialties, most participants have a permanent employment status and are mainly from the big urban centers, which raises the question of why do we have such an overrepresentation of big urban centers? Because probably of the publicity, because of the possible technical difficulties. These are things to be discussed later on. Most participants in the training program have previously trained in ICT and have participated in a specialized training program. Between the start and the end of the program, there is a significant, now we're talking about the very success of the program in terms of its objectives. Sorry. Between the start and the end of the program, there is a significant change in the percentage of those using the e-class platform, and the EME platform as well, as we're going to see. And the thing that we should observe and we should notice is that the rates of those who are not using the platform were high at the start of the program, pre-pandemic, and upon its expiration, these rates appear reduced in all specialties by at least 36% and up to 42%. The rate of non-use of e-class in teaching courses at the end of the training program is almost halved. And platform usage rates also increased, both in occasional and systematic. It is also noticed that most schools in the last phase, the ex-post phase, had already opened and were operating normally at the end of the training program. But this training seemed to yet perform even more. Most teachers who participated in the training program consider that 25 to 50% of the traditional education can be implemented by distance education as well. Here, sorry, the diagram is in Greek, but in the blue color is the start, the ex-ante evaluation, and in the red is the ex-post. We can see that non-use at the beginning is almost halved, even more halved in the ex-post evaluation. And this is a continuous trend to the other indexes as well. Okay. The same thing happens with use of the usage of the EME platform, which seems in the diagram here with the ex-ante and ex-post evaluation showing us the same trend. And here is a very interesting finding. We name it as a clear evidence of the program success. as it shows that 25 to 50% of the traditional education can be implemented by distance education as well. Another interesting finding is that at the end of the program, significantly more trainees of all specialties had managed to create educational material, which was completely new for most of them. And according to our findings, there was a significant increase in the rates of the degree of knowledge of creating asynchronous teaching scenarios after the end of the training program. Also, the rates of known or circumstantial knowledge of creating asynchronous teaching scenarios and synchronous teaching scenarios have decreased from the beginning to the end of the program significantly. The overall evaluation of the T4E training program by the participants trained by the University of Piraeus is positive. The designation very adequate rates 54.5 to 71.8%, and overall 63.3% prevail significantly over the designation not at all or slightly adequate, as well as against the designation moderately adequate, or even against these two cumulatively. Also, the T4E program is evaluated as almost very adequate by all trainee specialties, with the overall average evaluation value amounting to 3.77 on the scale from 1, not at all adequate, to 5, very adequate. Furthermore, participating trainees of all specialties would recommend the attendance of the program like T4E. Okay, now we're getting in the phase of the discussing our findings. So one of the biggest issues of this almost post-COVID-19 period is the experience gain and its contribution to a paradigm shift. All learned lessons, all these used tools, created and used tools, experience and knowledge gained in the field of adult education and education in general are now even broader. Their utilization in various sectors with complementary or subsidiary role under specific conditions is the main added value for the T4E program. This arises from the answers of the trainees of the University of Piraeus. Our participants reported that the program will have a positive impact on the teaching community, giving the prospect of cultivating and developing a new esprit de corps. Participants expressed their opinion that the positive results of the T4E program will spread with a positive impact, like a multiplier effect, on the students, while it will also have a positive impact on lifelong learning in the future. The opportunity of turning the crisis into an opportunity for the digital transformation of education is clear, at least by the findings of our trainees' opinions. The results obtained from the implementation of T4E for largest and most massive adult training project ever are extremely encouraging. They demonstrate the success of the program objective and the development of new skills and attitudes in an age-burdened population group of education professionals. The conduct of ex-ante and ex-post evaluation, although methodologically imposed in training, constitutes an originality that was favorably accepted by all the participants, as it had a clear and constructive targeting. All the educational and supporting material, the methodology, the executive potential of the trainers, as well as the analytical and methodological tools produced and structured for the successful completion of the program, are a valuable investment for adult education and in general, as they can be reused, further upgraded, and differentiated according to the future needs. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience.
I would like to thank both presenters from Atlantic Technical University and Hellenic Open University for their rigorous research on how to design a professional development for different levels of teachers, both at the K-12 level and in higher education level. I would like you to join us for the coffee break so that we can discuss more. I have questions about the privacy issues in your instructional design and more questions for you about the impact evaluation. And I would really love to see the questions in the coffee break. We would love to have you there. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for attending here. It was great. Thank you.
It's 4:30, so according to the schedule we need to start. At this moment only 2 presenters are present here, so maybe if the other 2 presenters are not here on time, we have to readjust the general schedule because there is a very strict time limit. I propose not to wait any longer, otherwise we would run into problems if all 4 presenters are presenting. I'm happy to welcome you at this session about quality management in blended and online education. And I will not go into details about every presenter, so I will be very short on this. You can find all the information on the Exordo app, of course. But I'm very happy to start with the first presenter, who is Nikos Logotets, and who is a member of the collaborating teaching staff here at Hellenic Open University, and who holds many other positions, and that's interesting to see. His presentation is about 2 words, a quality management of education, and the A means a lot, because indeed there are many different approaches. You can, yeah, you are free what to use there or that microphone,
well,
yeah.
I know my name is Greek. It sounds so Greek to you, so my name is Logothetis. But there's an I missing in the program, so
Okay.
it's all right, there's an I.
Okay.
Never mind. Thank you very much. Yes, towards the quality management of education, it has to do with total quality management. Maybe you are aware of it. No? Yeah. Okay, okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Well, okay. I prefer this one because I prefer to walk a bit. Not practicing a bit, no. Thank you very much again. There is no doubt that the world of education institutions, like any other organization, is expected to be affected by the revolutionary changes taking place today. Some of the old, well-established, traditional ways of functioning and offering the service of education might have to be radically transformed, or at least adjusted to new requirements. And these adjustments, transformations, and adaptations might lead eventually to a complete new culture, or operational culture, as we can call it, for the academic establishment. Some of the necessary first changes might have to start by the educators themselves, who will have to transform their teaching style, their teaching material, and even their attitude towards their students, their internal customers, as we might call them. And perhaps they might have to transform their own ways of self-control, operation, development, and self-improvement. And they might have to look beyond the university perimeter to determine the real current needs of the society itself, which is actually their external customer. The evolving needs of industry, for example, needs new capabilities, new skills, and new knowledge. Sometimes industry relies on on-site, ad hoc training provided by external consultants who, the most of the time, unfortunately, they don't analyze those needs beforehand. As a result, training becomes eventually something which is lost and generates little, if any, return on the investment. In such cases, training really becomes something that you visit again. You don't know about its existence again, and it's lost. So at the moment, we are trying to avoid all this and try to find new ways of educating people on total quality management. Total quality management for QM, for example, is a necessity in this new economic age. Training on TQM and on statistical quality tools is also a necessity. Continuous and serious training, not ad hoc or one-off. Unfortunately, the most of the time, training on TQM, on total quality, remains ineffective. For this to change, we have to transform the whole idea of training in universities and in schools. For a start, we have to continue in the new world of education, and we have to realize that training is not for now, but it's forever. The object of education should be differently from whatever is now. We first start with some changes. We need to start with some changes in the whole structure of the educational system. There are some inconsistencies, and the changes we need to correct. They need to correct these inconsistencies in the whole educational system. There are inconsistencies such as an obedience training, which focuses in training which is not necessary at the moment, and an inefficient availability of quality-related programs, and an award system which distinguishes students according only to their individual performances, quantitative performances, based on a single grade, sometimes a fraction of a grade, which is different from a qualitative, say, criteria such as communication, cooperation, and teamwork. And we all know that quantitative criteria see only this, make the student to be accustomed to a score society. And of course, they don't service the education very properly. And the actual, what it should be done is to avoid all these inconsistencies. And the greater of all of them is that we are seeing an education system which is designed to deal and keep the actual system that it is now, which is optimized only for discipline and conformity. And as a result, the students are attending passively, giving absolute authority to the instructor to decide what should be learned, how, when, and why. But what is the object and the purpose of an educational institution if it's not to equip the student with soft interpersonal skills, such as the ability to communicate and to work with others, the ability to keep with the constant changes, for instance, to keep with to be able to deal with the everyday changes and to expect them every day, to confront them if necessary, and even adjust to them when required. We also need to change other other inconsistencies, which will have to sorry, I have to have a look at some bullets. I thought I could manage to do it on its own, but okay. Okay. So, what is the purpose, I'm saying, of an education system to equip the students with this soft interpersonal skills I mentioned before, such as the ability to communicate, and work with others, innovation, adaptability, logical reasoning to solve problems and avoid new ones, and of course, the most importantly, what is the purpose of the university, the last stage before the exit to the real world, if it's not to put learning into action and function successfully as an individual. And what is it, the major challenge that every educational institution should be faced with, if it's not the ability to provide a quality ethos to the students and encourage them to participate, continually improving their knowledge and skills at the same time. But unfortunately, as I said before, the only thing that the current educational system seems to achieve is to make the student accustomed to the pursuit of irrelevance. And of course, not only that, encourage them to carry this obedience training well into their future lives. And of course, the satisfaction of education there itself is ignored. Who said learning should be fun? But how can such a satisfaction be attained when many times, in many occasions, the students are not very proud of what have been learned? And what is the conclusion of this? The conclusion of all this, unfortunately, is that going to university effectively interrupts our education. In the light of this not so encouraging view, what is the chance of quality in the world? But how can one expect innovative, modern, new and quality ideas and propositions and teachings from decisions that are taken for some kind of an education good enough for yesterday? Of course, is it any wonder in this case that many of our leaders today suffer chronic cases of acute mindlessness, since the entire system of the previous education is accustomed to maintain the status quo of passiveness and indecisiveness. So, what about the leaders of tomorrow? Where will they come from? Where will they learn to be leaders? Most of the leaders are made, not born, contrary to the common belief that the leader is being born, invented by those who wanted to justify their own inability to lead. But the leaders are being made. You can be educated to act as true leaders, However, there are only very few elements of leadership exercises currently in the universities, and some student committees, student elections, etc. But in real terms, there is no formal plan for the teaching of leadership capabilities. There is no formal plan for the development of such characteristics never existed in any university. And as a result, a student who eventually becomes a leader of some sort is waiting to do whatever was being done up to now. Whereas a student who eventually becomes a follower, having gone through the same indistinguished academic education, misunderstands the whole idea and waits and is continuing also to do whatever a follower used to do up to now. So a total quality paralysis for everybody concerned. However, if we want the quality future, we need to improve the present, learning from the mistakes of the past. Learning should not be a passive acquisition of knowledge and skills. Learning should be fun, should be dynamic, and should be for a leader. It has to do with, it will have to do with characteristics of leadership, communication, cooperation, initiative, innovation, adaptability, and creativity. Quality rewards for achieving such targets should be set, should be determined. And these quality rewards, should be more important, should be considered more important, or at least equivalent to the other rewards for the attainment of quantitative characteristics on technical skills, for instance, the so-called hard skills. But in the rate of this continuous change in technology, in our times, hard skills should become obsolete. And it's the soft skills that will save the day. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. Let us observe the values and the principles in the teachings of quality gurus such as Edward Zane, Joseph Duran, Phil Crosby, and others, even some Japanese, Kaori Ishikawa, etc. These values have already been put in practice and they've been successful. So there are methods, successful case studies, and also theories that have been proven right and should be taken into consideration in a new quality culture. This new culture can be taught. There are methods and successful case studies awaiting to be taught. And so it's down to education again. A never-ending cycle of educating the educators so that they can educate better. And there's no other way, because let us not forget what a prolific English writer, H.G. Wells, is saying in his book, The Outline of History. Somewhere in chapter 5 says, human history becomes more and more of a race between education and catastrophe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You made some clear statements about what should be the focus of education, and we have a couple of minutes, not much, a couple of minutes to answer questions eventually for the speaker, or to pose questions for the speaker to answer. If there are no questions, then we can move forward to the second presentation. No, apparently there are no questions. Thank you very much. The second presentation is from John Roswell, who is working at the Open University, and Stephen Peake Open University, who has done quite some research and development on the field of open teaching and education. His presentation is about, well, back to the future, 15 years of quality enhancement in teaching digital photography. we are all very curious about this presentation.
Well, thank you very much. So I'm John Rosewell. I'm going to be talking to that title. Actually, I think as what Nikos was talking about with these very large themes about quality, this is a very small example of some of that, about whether students can be active in their learning or passive, whether they should be having fun in their learning or whatever. So there's interesting parallels there. My fellow author, Stephen Peake, unfortunately has principles. He's a professor of climate change and refuses to fly, so he's not here, I am. Interesting that both of us, although we run this photography course, it's not our day job. So we're, our background specialties are something else, but we do have a team of professional, semi-professional photographers who help support us, and we're all supported by production staff. So first thing about looking about quality of courses is about making sure you have the right team in place. I'm not a brilliant photographer, to be honest, but as a team, I think we produce a very good offering. So this is one of the themes that come up, is how are we going to measure the quality of this course? How can we keep improving it? This is the course. It's called Digital Photography, Creating and Sharing Better Images, which actually sums up everything about the course. It's about getting the students to be active in their learning by creating images, and it's about a social learning, about sharing as being the most important pedagogy in the course. The Back to the Future bit of it refers to the fact that actually we've been running it for quite a long time. First presented in 2007. It's gone through a number of different versions and iterations, but the whole shape of the course has remained the same. 100 hours, 10 weeks, used to be 5 ECTS credits. At the moment, there are no credits associated with it. That's for sort of financial and political reasons, but the assessment remains exactly the same, as though we were given credit for it. And over the time, we've had a lot of students on the course. Peak numbers, 1,500 at a time. At the moment, it's bouncing around 300, presented twice a year. Good weather, bad weather, it goes up and down. But about 300 students each time. Actually, it was part of a suite of courses which were really technology courses. They weren't arts or creative arts, but we always got students to create things. So it was activity-based. So in case of photography, you took photographs, but in the process you learnt about the technology of photography. Digital photography was a thing at the time, not so much anymore, and that's one of the issues. Our students now are just interested in photography. They're not really interested in the technicalities of it. We do authentic assessment. You submit images in the same way that you would if you're a commercial photographer providing a brief. You know, this is my work, are you going to pay for it? Or for judging as in a society or whatever. In terms of presentation, it's rich media, we make use of video, audio, interactives, there's a strong element of social learning, and all this really dates back a long time. All of that was in place, including a scalable pedagogy, which was a big issue for us at the time. And essentially these were MOOCs, although it was a long time before the term was invented. And really there were micro-credentials as well, again, before the term was really applied. Photography, always a particular problem. How do you teach photography? Traditionally, it's a craft subject. You learn by being an apprentice with a mentor who's an expert. You learn from what they do. That doesn't scale. It's not possible to scale it, and it's very difficult to do at a distance. So that's a different way of teaching needs to be invented for this subject. It makes it very challenging, the reason I'm interested in it. And particularly when we don't have any idea how many students. If you look at the graph of registrations, it goes up like this at the end. You've got no idea how many students are going to be actually there when the course starts. So there are different aspects of photography. The lower ones, technical aspects, digital darkroom skills, these are actually pretty traditional distance learning things that you can do. So you produce web pages which have images, video, and so on. These are things that we know how to do anyway. It's the top one, the visual awareness, that's rather more difficult. How do you instill people's eye for a good photograph? And our answer is something called Open Studio. I'll come on to it, which is about sharing photos, and it's about peer review. So the main pedagogy of the course involves a lot of peer learning in it. So what we tell students is that you will develop your visual awareness by taking photographs, by looking at your own and others' images, by commenting on and critiquing images, and we tell them that you'll learn to discuss images. So actually talking about images and writing about images is very important because it makes you think about images and makes you explicitly say what's good or bad about images. So these words about language and talking are important parts of the pedagogy. And all of that helps them to develop their own judgment of photographs. Open Studio is the place that we do it. It's a photo sharing site. It was written, more than 15 years ago now. It was done to replicate studio learning, which is a technique used in photography teaching, fine art teaching, design disciplines, and so on. It's a standard way of teaching. Normally, a small group of people in a studio together. So you work and you rub off each other and you see what other people are doing. How do you replicate that online? Photo sharing site. So students can upload their images, and then if you click on a thumbnail, you get to see the larger image, and students can like it, and they can write comments. And that's where the learning happens, in that process of looking at and commenting on images. So that's what supports it under the surface. And if you look at the numbers, it's pretty successful. So students are uploading lots of images. It's very, very busy. And they're also making lots of comments and likes and so on their images. So that process, you could see evidence of it happening. Interestingly, the numbers are going down a little bit. So it's actually quite hard to keep the impetus up. So the course hasn't changed, but students seem to be changing a bit. There are also social elements in the main part of the course text. So it's not just in Open Studio. We try and bring the same aspects of social learning into what otherwise would be boring static web pages. And one of the ways we do that are these little interactive votelets. They're embedded polls. And they do things like, boring things, what's your camera like? More interesting ones, reflective, what do you think about why you're doing this and so on. Lets the individual student realize they're not an individual. They're surrounded by other students who are also learning at the same time. So it has a strong social element, even though the technology is fairly basic web pages. Reminded to myself, we did this a long time ago. The platforms keep changing under us, so we keep having to change things, but essentially the same techniques have been there for a long time. And don't worry about the detail, but this is the traffic on those different votelets. We have a lot of them. The number of posts is large. It tails off a little bit as the course goes down, but it keeps engagement up. And we also have embedded discussions. So this was a social learning, as I say, a long time ago. Actually, the technology disappeared because when we had a bespoke website, we could do it. When we moved to a VLE, we couldn't. And only recently we'd be able to bring them back in again. And the number there, embedded discussions, 5,072, shows you the number of posts that people make. In response to a question, in the middle of the web page, they will write their own answer and share it with other students. So you get a discussion going on in the middle of the teaching material. So that has been very high engagement. So compared that with the forum, which is where we were trying to do it with the VLE, traditional VLE. And this is the pattern we get on a traditional VLE forum. We get 1 or 2 students producing a lot of posts, one up there 65, a couple around 20, 30, a few down you know, 3, 4, 5 messages, a long tail of students who never post anything. Okay, that's very typical of forums. With the embedded ones, we get something quite different. We get a lot more posts overall. We get students who are, more students are posting at least a number of messages. Very few are doing nothing at all. And so the whole volume has gone up. The interaction and engagement is much higher. So this is replicating something that was done 15 years ago, but it's actually, we've had a period in the middle where we couldn't do it. The technology was stopping us from doing it. Students are actually learning. This is another little thing we ask them, a self-reflection on where you are at the beginning of the course and at the end of the course. 2 axes, how much technology skills I have, technical knowledge about photography, how much visual awareness. People position themselves at the beginning and then at the end, and basically they all move up. So they can see evidence of themselves and others learning around them. So it's both a reflection and a social little tool that we use for that. So my other hat is I do quality in education. So what do I mean by quality? Slightly different from Nikos's view, but just to point out, there are 2 main ways people think about quality. It's quality of ingredients, whether it's food, it's quality of the output. Is it a nice meal at the end? Are you going to give it a rating? And that you can apply the same things to education as well. It's not necessarily the whole story, but it's a framework. A better framework is the e-excellence label, which exists. The EADTU use it, and that is made up of lots of benchmarks, and it takes a very holistic view of education, ranging from strategic design, management, all the way down to the nitty-gritty of what a course looks like, to bigger issues about student support and staff support and so on. So a very holistic thing, lots of benchmarks to look at. Not appropriate for looking at one course. It's something you do as an institution or a program. But there is also a MOOC version, which is a little bit more appropriate to this particular course, and so that was what I was suggesting I should use. And that splits off the institutional things and also has some very specific course level benchmarks to look at. And my self-assessment of my own course, so a little bit biased, possibly. These are all the different benchmarks that apply to a course. Don't read them in detail. But look at all the 5 stars I've given myself down at the end. So my judgment is actually we do really well on this course. We have, you know, everything's done very well because I know this stuff inside and out. We've improved this course over 15 years. It's going to be really good. So our ingredients are really good, honest. Okay. It hides the fact that getting to that level is a bit painful, and I'm going to, skip over a couple of detailed points about that. We've just refreshed the course again in March, so some detail about that. Question is, has it improved it? 2 measures, output measures, as a way of doing that. One of them is completion and pass rate. Did it improve? Did it? Heck, no. This course, our completion rate's actually been drifting downwards over the year, and that refresh has not improved it, despite all the work that we put in. There's going to be a lot of detail here, but these are the survey results. I'm just going to pick out, so blue is good and red is bad. It's not too bad overall, but study support is low. So the students are saying, I didn't feel we were getting enough support for that. And that is the fact of the peer review, the peer learning that we think is the way to learn photography. They don't. They want to be taught. So they're expecting to be taught. And that's you see that in the survey, and we can see it in some comments. It affects some of the other things. I won't go into the detail. And the same when you drill down into teaching and learning, you can see that the rather poor things are about Open Studio helped my learning. They don't really agree with that. Advice and guidance, they're not so sure about, and so on. There's an accessibility one in there, but it only relates to a small number of students, so probably one to ignore. And again, looking at Open Studio in a little bit more detail, they enjoy using it. They felt instructions were clear. They learned by viewing, but they were less convinced that they were learning by giving comments, which we think is the main pedagogy, and then they're not agreeing with us. So that comes out in the comments at the end. We get some really positive comments at the top, very informative, instructive, I loved it, whole experience, very inspiring. And then you get some really negative comments as well, badly structured, progression was unclear, and so on. This course has stunted my love of photography, it's put me off. These are really hurtful comments to get back. And it's, you know, we're trying really hard to improve the course, and we don't seem to be quite managing it at the end. And particularly about Open Studio, there is a big split. There are some students who really get it and really think that was a massive part of my learning, it was really helpful. And then you get the opposite. I didn't have a personal tutor who told me there was nobody to give me the professional guidance. And the flip of it is, as a beginner, I didn't feel qualified, so I couldn't contribute. So that despite all the surrounding support we give them, they're finishing the course still feeling they're not in a position to engage with what we're teaching. So a big shame, really. I should report on actions, and as a result of the survey, I'm going to improve it again next presentation. So some things that I've marked out. But you can see I've done some things I don't actually agree need doing. So I'm sticking out, even though the students are telling me it needs changing, I'm saying no. And a couple of things where I've failed, because actually the course doesn't fit into the university systems very well. Because of history, I'm hitting the systems, and so I'm failing on improvements that I would like to make. So just a couple of concluding thoughts, that getting the ingredients right doesn't always guarantee you'll get satisfaction at the end. A lot of that, I think, is to do with expectations, but am I right to try and meet their expectations, or is it my prerogative to say they're wrong? I'm right. The way I teach is the right way to teach this. It's a difficult one to answer. And the underlying thing is, I think a reflection again on Nikos's talk, it's changing students' perception of what learning is like, is part of the issue, I think, that's at play here. So I'm sorry I've overrun. Thank you very much.
Before we move on to questions, I just want to know if the third presenter or the presenter of the third presentation is present. No. In this, oh yes, okay. So there is room for one question. Yeah, okay. So the question is about strategic management. Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry. What we tend to mean in general is the strategic management of education. My particular problems is that the issues that I find with this course is that the course no longer really fits in the strategy of the university as a whole. So it did much better 10 years ago, but because the world has changed around the university has changed direction, and this course has been left a little bit high and dry, and so it's a little bit outside. But on the other hand, the world's gone round in a circle, and suddenly micro-credentials are flavour of the month again. Informal learning is maybe flavour of the month. Lifelong learning. And this little photography course, it doesn't really fit in the big university picture, but you could say, well, actually, we're filling a need here. So that's the sort of issue I'm talking about, where my particular course finds itself butting against the larger strategic management. Ideally, you'd want to fit in the groove what the university is doing, and then all the systems work with you. You get agreements easily. As it is, I have to fight all the time to keep presenting the course.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much. Now we have to move on to the third presentation, which is also focusing on a very concrete example of quality assurance. It's about evaluating the quality of master's thesis supervision in academic distance education. And it is presented by Professor Achilles Kameas, who is professor in computer systems and also deputy dean in this university. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for being here. Among other things, I am also the president, the director, let's say, of the internal evaluation unit of Hellenic Open University. So my presentation here today, no, this is the wrong, I think this is the wrong presentation. This is not the one. I had different presentations to give today, but this is not the one for this session. Yeah, but this is not the one. Okay, perhaps we can move to the next speaker and I will give them the correct presentation and I can be the last one. Okay, let's do it like that. The correct presentation is not on the list? It's not, I don't see it here in the folder, but I can give it on a stick. So, so as not to waste time, maybe we can go to the next speaker and I will give to the guys there the correct presentation. What do you think?
So we will change the presentation order if it's okay for the fourth presenter to come now, because the presentation apparently is missing of the third presentation. Thank you for your willingness to be flexible in this. So the fourth presentation, who is now given as a third presentation, is about students' perceptions on the quality in open and distance education with a case study of a postgraduate program at the Hellenic Open University. And it is presented by Konstantinos Zakaris, who is working at the Hellenic Open University, and his credentials are, of course, in the app that you can see. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm Kostas Zacharis. I'm going to present a small-scale research about the students' perceptions on quality in open and distance education. This research was done in cooperation with Vasiliki Oakimidou, which is here, and Adonis Elnarakis. As I have noticed from the previous speakers, the emphasis is on the notion of quality. The notion of quality is actually crucial in open distance education, as it is the basic integrant of the studies and the basic target of every educational system in distance education. We tried to explore the views and opinions of postgraduate students regarding the quality of their learning experience. We focused on a specific module, Educational Technologies in Distance Education, Teaching and Learning Systems, Educational Sciences, ETA, which is taught in the School of Humanities in the Hellenic Open University. Let us be more concrete on describing the essence of quality. We have two axes which are cross-sectional. The first is quality assurance, and the other one is quality enhancement, which I think was mentioned earlier in this session. So quality assurance is a top-down process, in contrast to quality enhancement, which is bottom-up. It is quantitative, as the other one is rather qualitative. It is based on benchmarking, strict benchmarks. The other is based on non-measurable features. It is metacognitive, while enhancement is rather transformative. It relies on external evaluation. The other one is based on rather on internal. It is adapted to patterns. Enhancement involves culture cultivation, which is also another critical issue for the systems. It is inflexible and not negotiated. It is reactive rather than proactive. It complies to rules rather than complies to needs. It is defined by administration, by administrative services. The other one, it is defined by academics and is systematic, while enhancement is rather systemic. There is a broad discussion on the methods that focus on the evaluation of teaching and learning and are linked to quality assurance. As I said before, they are based on specific indicators and benchmarks, while methods that assess the overall learning experience of the students are based on quality, are linked to quality enhancement and based on student satisfaction, and especially in trying to improve the learning experience of the students in the university, and how it is and how they perceive the way they react to the educational institution they are attending. The focus is on learning design, the learning environment, people, processes that support the expecting learning results and form the overall student's experience. A few more points to that debate. Why students should not participate in quality assessment processes, because someone would argue that students don't know how universities work, so they ask for non-realistic changes. On the opposite, students' engagement and commitment towards assessment processes assures the quality of their studies. They are appropriate informers about their support, empowerment, and quality of their studies. The continuous quality enhancement processes require feedback from all involved in the learning community. Students develop skills and their potential, like critical thinking, reflection, and responsibility, and students want to belong to an institution with democratic, participatory, and open culture. Some crucial factors on the students' intervention involve the time of the intervention during their studies, the tools, the appropriate research tools that were used, the appropriate use of their tools, information on important days and ways to participate, raising students' awareness about their participation in assessment processes, and cultivating the whole institution quality culture. The case study in which I refer, it's a small-scale case, which was done in the frame of the module ETA 63, which was the design, development, and management of distance education programs, which is the last module in the postgraduate program that is comprised of 8 modules when given without thesis, or 6 modules when the students choose to write a final thesis. Our students did not choose the final thesis, so they chose to take 8 thematic units. This is a short profile of our research. We distributed a questionnaire that consisted of 5 different schedules. It is based on the EADTU Excellence Manual, which we saw before. 5 questions include education material, tutors. Questions include evaluation, support, and curriculum. The sample was 45 questionnaires from the students that were finishing their program. The period was 3 months ago. Processing was done through using the SPSS tool. 1/4 of the students were male. 3/4 are female. I think female students are the majority in the Greek Open University. The first degree of the students, about the 2/3 was in humanities and 1/3 in sciences. And for the 80% of them, this was the first postgraduate degree. So I have here some analysis of the descriptive statistics. The first card involves questions about the education material, like how adequate was the education material in terms of its content, if it was up to date, with valid scientific sources, if it covers a wide range of issues, if it's structured, interesting, how supportive was the learning material in terms of its pedagogical features on distance learning, if it has clear outcomes, functional structure and segmentation with examples, self-assessment and evaluation of activities, cultivation of metacognitive skills, how aesthetically attractive was the material, if it aroused interest and curiosity with short text, understandable language, approachable and friendly style, and how easy it was for you to work with the distance learning material provided by the postgraduate program. As you see in this chart, most of the students have found the material attractive and interesting in a majority of 50% and above. The second group of questions involved the tutors and their relation with the students. We had questions like, to what extent did the teachers present and analyze the basic concepts of the educational material, and what if the tutors make use of the team collaborative techniques during group study meetings. To what extent did the teachers encourage and motivate the students to advance their study, and how satisfied are the students with the communication with their tutors? Also here, the results are encouraging. Most students report that the communication was good with their tutors and adequate enough. The other group of questions is the evaluation and assessment methods that are used in the postgraduate program. How do you consider the assessment of learning outcomes? The methods of assessment, like the written work, the evaluation activities, and the exams. To what extent do you consider that you receive satisfactory feedback from the evaluation of the written project in the thematic units, and how effective do you consider the overall evaluation system of ETA and the Hellenic Open University in general? As you see here from the answers, most students find the evaluation system adequate. The 14th question refers to the support of the administrative services and the library. We see here that the library is not used by the students as much as it should be. Also, we have questions about how effective was the support of the administrative services, how friendly was the LMS platform used for delivering the courses of the program, how efficient was the synchronous platform, WebEx used for the needs of the ETA, and to what extent do you consider the technical support satisfactory? Answers here show that most students reply positive and find the platforms friendly. And the last group of questions involves the curriculum. How broad and complete was the range of issues raised in ETA? To what extent were the learning outcomes achieved at this level? Which was the most interesting thematic unit? The answer here is ETA 61. ETA 61 is ETA 62 is the ETA for digital media and education, and in education and communication. And what which subject unit did you find most difficult? It is ETA 61, which is research methods, decision, design and writing of scientific works, which is rather an expected answer because it concentrates on the theoretical background of the research done by the students. Thank you. Also, ETA 61 was the most difficult subject. The program met the expectations of the majority of the students. As an overall study experience, it was satisfactory. And to the question, why did you choose studies, distance studies, most of the students replied to boost because they wanted to advance to develop my career. So, aggregating the results, they find the educational material with high quality, attractive, interesting, understandable, easy to handle, and also they point out that it has a heavy workload, vast repositories, and optional literature. For the tutors, they say that they were friendly, reachable, and they were engaged in person communication, though they say some of them have authoritative style and weak engagement to the program, probably because some tutors also teach in non-distance universities, so they cannot accommodate the methods of ODL fully. The assessment, they find the assessment methods and the assessment system effective, constructive feedback with high interaction. The support is satisfying, although the use of library resources was minor, and the curriculum was broad, a complete range of modules, clearly stated learning outcomes. The ETA 62 was the most popular, and the ETA 61 was the most difficult. So, the pros of studying in this postgraduate program are flexibility in time and space, independence, self-paced and self-regulated learning. The cons are specific cases of miscommunication, vast content of the study material, time pressure, workload, and exam period anxiety. The research has limitations. First, the small scale of the students, and it could be extended using multiple methodological tools and time span to more graduates. General satisfaction of the students was reported, and a fine balance between student expectations and academic efficiency. So, thank you.
Thank you very much also for your flexibility in giving your presentation first. How you manage this with your colleague, I don't know, with a free dinner or a bottle of wine or so, I don't know. But we have to keep a strict timing, so I can allow only one question. Yeah, okay.
Scale, we call it, you used a 5-scale Likert data, except for the last question, 25th, you used the 10th scale. Anyway, you used also a diagrammatical analysis, but you can actually do a statistical analysis as well to end up with the significance of the answers, whether it's significantly towards 5 or towards 1. Have you done this analysis, which would be on the median and not on the mean value of the data? Or it's only the diagrammatical analysis? At this level, we did the descriptive analysis.
Can you use the microphone, please?
At this point, we did the descriptive analysis at the first level. Cronbach Alpha, you mentioned, is a tool that is used to show the internal consistency and validity of the questionnaire, which was rather high. To the limitations of the research, I wanted to, I didn't mention that we can further do some more inferential analysis with posing more questions like this you said. But at this point, it was just a descriptive approach.
It was only question 14, which gave some results which were doubtful whether it's toward the 5 or toward the 1. Rather toward 1, so it was negative.
Okay.
Yes,
we have to move on to the next presentation.
Yes,
otherwise there will be
that's why I noticed them on the cons.
Thank you very much. So the last presentation, the final presentation, and this is, as previously announced, about evaluating the quality of master's thesis supervision in academic distance education. And I hope that we now have the correct presentation ready.
Now. So
Yeah.
hello again. As I was saying, I am also the director of the internal evaluation unit of Hellenic Open University, and these are my colleagues there in the unit. The internal evaluation unit, the mandate of the unit is to do the different internal evaluations for Hellenic Open University. We do more than 15 evaluations per year for different things. Let's say the biggest one is the evaluation with the students, but then we also evaluate different aspects of the educational services we offer. We are a rather small team for the job we do, but our results are considered important, and we produce a strategic report for the management of the university in order to help them improve the process every year. Now, today I'm going to present you the results of the evaluation we did regarding the quality of the master's thesis supervision. These are the perceptions of students, and we did it for the first time last year, and these are the results we got. We did this because a master's thesis is the culmination of the studies for a student that is following a master's program. It allows the students to combine their knowledge and the skills they have, the hard skills, say, that they obtained during their studies, but also they have to acquire soft skills in order to complete the master's thesis. That's why it's considered important from the student's perspective, and that makes the role of the thesis supervisor very, very delicate and very, very important also, because a poor, ineffective supervision may also lead to disappointing the students, to students becoming disappointed and perhaps quit, even at this stage, at the end, let's say, of their studies, perhaps quit. We have seen this happening, their studies. And there is not enough research done, although it's not zero, but let's say there are less research results available regarding the quality of supervision of master's thesis. Especially now, when we come to the distance education context, it's even more difficult to, I mean, the process becomes even more difficult both for students and supervisors, and then you will see in the following slides that actually communication was the key issue for this, that came up during the evaluation. There are different modes of supervising a master's thesis. For example, is the teacher's mode, where the supervisor only corrects, let's say, the different versions of the master's thesis that the student gives to him or her. Then there is the apprenticeship mode, during which the student learns by working, let's say, together as an apprentice with the supervisor. And then there is also the partnership mode, during which the student and there is a shared responsibility between the student and the supervisor. Obviously, we want to promote mostly the third kind of supervision. In the first one, the role of the student is very, let's say, has low responsibility, and the student relies too much on the supervisor's opinion, let's say, in the supervisor's guidance. While in the second one, it's not so easy to do it with in distance education. The third one seems to be the best case. But then we need to educate the supervisors to work in that way, and also to educate the students. In HOU, first of all, probably you know that already HOU is the distance, let's say, the open distance university of Greece, and we are the only university that offers studies from a distance until now. And until only last year, for example, about 5,000 HOU students obtained a master's degree, and then that's why they had to submit a thesis. And these were the sample of our research. These were the research questions we tried to answer with our study. To what degree are the HOU students satisfied with the supervisor's practices, and then what are their views, the students' views, on the positive and negative aspects of the process of supervision of the master's thesis, and if there are any suggestions they have for the improvement of the process. This is the process that now is being implemented in Hellenic Open University. In the beginning, before the thesis starts, the students have to submit a proposal for their thesis. Then there is the professor, the tutor who is responsible for the master's thesis, distributes the topics to different members of the committee. There is one person that's called the supervisor, and then there is a second person that is, let's say, the second supervisor. And sometimes during the presentation, the defense of the thesis, there is also a third person present. Then the student has to do the thesis, and this can range between 1 semester or, let's say, 2 semesters, depending on the length of the teaching unit. And during this period, there is interaction between the student and the supervisor. Then the student submits 1 or 2 versions to the supervisor, and then the student defends the thesis in the open, let's say. It's an open defense process. Now, as I said, we had about 5,000 students last year, actually 5,719 students, out of which 1,712 responded to our research, participated in our research. That's about 30%. You can see here the distribution among the 4 schools of Hellenic Open University. The last school is the small school anyway, so the number is too small, but also the school offers very few programs of study. We asked the students to fill a questionnaire that was anonymous. The questionnaire contained 15 questions, 12 closed-ended and 3 open-ended, and they did this before presenting their thesis for different reasons. One is that after the presentation, it's not easy to find them, to fill the questionnaire, and second, we didn't want this research, this evaluation to be associated with the mark they got, the grade they got for their master's thesis. We used the closed-ended questions to capture their satisfaction with the supervisor's practices. That's why we have specific questions there we asked. But then we wanted their feedback also, their comments, positive and negative comments, and then suggestions for improving the process. As I said, this is the first time that we're running this evaluation, and of course we're going to run it again this year, and of course we'll have more results in the coming years. And now I'm not going, I didn't want to show you percentages and this kind of stuff. I wanted to show you only what the degree of importance of the quantitative findings of the closed questions. So what was most important and they found most, let's say, positive was the clarity of feedback. Students consider that they get clear feedback from the supervisors, and their overall impression of the supervisor was quite positive also. Also, the communication was quite positive, but this is something we have to keep in mind. We need to talk about it a bit later. Again, feedback, not only clarity, but also timely feedback, the encouragement the supervisor provided, and so on. And as you see at the bottom of the list, but again the marks are high, they're not low, is the help they got from the supervisor in searching for literature to support the thesis. And that's a really interesting finding, because it shows that actually students, perhaps they don't know how to do that, and this is an important soft skill to come back to the previous presentations that perhaps we should help students acquire, how to search, how to select, how to take the initiative, and all of the skills that come with this. And the previous one, student research skills development, again, this is something that they mark low compared to the other questions. Now, going to the comments, the open questions, we got more than 2,000 positive comments, and I'll analyze them later. Few negative comments, but okay, we want them, of course, and quite a lot of suggestions, 500 suggestions for improving the process. And I'm going now to analyze the qualitative findings, the answers to the open-ended questions. So let's see, we use semantic networks to cluster the answers. Let's see if you can see it. Okay, the terms that appeared in the text more often, let's say, were considered to be the center of the central term of the cluster. To the right of the slide, you can see the different themes and how they are represented in the cluster. And you see that the first one is effective communication and cooperation, and the second one is effective feedback. And see how big their clusters are. Okay, here we are. Cooperation is here, cluster C1, and communication is cluster C4, big clusters. And then we have feedback here, I think, yep, different answers. And the other two clusters, they represent the provision of guidance, encouragement, and support, which is part of the job of the tutor. And finally, the supervisor's knowledge and expertise, which is something we need also to evaluate from the student's perspective. What is interesting here is to see the connections between the different terms. With black lines, we connected the terms that appear in the same, belong to the same cluster and appear together. And the thicker the line, the more we found this association happening. While with red lines, we show that the connections between the terms that appear in different clusters. So you see the main terms are thickly connected with thick lines, which means that they appear almost all of them together in the student's responses. And then there are some other connections between the main term. For example, encouragement is connected to support, guidance is connected to the topic, and other connections like feedback is connected to comments or to remarks, and so on. And then there are connections between different clusters. Let's say, for example, excellence is connected to guidance. So obviously, students think that the tutors who guide them are excellent. Completion is also connected to guidance. That's another important finding, and so on. By analyzing all these connections, we can come up to interesting results. Then these are the negative comments, and then here you see the communication problems are the top negative comments. So communication was a positive aspect, communication was a negative aspect, again, which means that communication is a very important aspect, and here you can see how it is related with different other terms like difficulty, delay, incomplete, distance, lack. Here we see few connections between clusters and many connections within the cluster. So the top problem was communication, then the lack of face-to-face meetings, then the lack of help with literature search, as I said, and inefficient feedback. And coming to the suggestions. Students suggested more time. They wanted more time to do the thesis. Better organization and management of the supervision, which relates to the communication and the planning problems. More meetings. So this, I said, a problem of the distance education. Support on topic selection, again, prompt, again, communication here, and better information. I'm not going to analyze the diagram. You can find all of this in the paper, in the proceedings, together with the methods we used. And quickly, conclusions and recommendations. I'm just going to read this so that we don't waste time. Our data analysis revealed that students were satisfied with the supervisor's practices. Their positive comments focused mainly on the effective communication and cooperation with supervisors, as well as the guidance, encouragement, and support. Their negative comments mostly stressed problems again in communication with supervisors, and they suggested time extension, better organization and management of thesis preparations. Their suggestions, they say that HOU should organize orientation seminars per school of study for both supervisors and students to enhance supervisors' capacities, sharpen students' research skills, and cover issues with library and ICT resources. All of these have been mentioned in the previous presentations. It is important in these seminars to clarify both parties' roles and expectations regarding the ways and the frequency of supervisor-student communication, the evaluation criteria and the feedback to be provided, and the milestones and deadlines for deliverables to be followed. The last one is because our students in the other teaching units, they follow a program, a schedule of study that we give them, and in the thesis we let them free to follow their own path, let's say. And this probably is a change of paradigm that they find difficult to follow, so they prefer again to give them milestones to help them coordinate their work. And finally, final slide, a few limitations of our study. This study was conducted without further investigating possible effects of differences in students' perceptions due to demographic characteristics, and this explored only students' perceptions. We are now going to conduct this year a study with the supervisors to see the flip side, let's say, of the same problem. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you for your presentation. Unfortunately, there are time restrictions unless there is a very short question that can be answered very briefly. Otherwise, I would suggest that if you have any questions for the presenter, that you can contact him. Oh yeah, there is one question, yeah. Yeah. Can you hear? No, we can't hear you up to here. Can you come forward, please, or take the microphone, and please formulate your question as briefly as possible.
Thank you. I'm just wondering on the credit weighting of those dissertations. Are they 60? The credits?
Can you hold your microphone?
Can you hear it?
Yeah, that's better.
That better? Okay. The credit weighting of the thesis, are they minor, major awards?
Okay. Do you have awards?
Are they 60 credits? Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, the thesis, they are awarded the CTS. It's not the same for every course, for every program of study. They have different number of CTS. Usually they get the same number as every teaching unit.
Okay.
So, and in some courses, as has already been presented, students can select between doing a thesis or taking another teaching unit and without doing a thesis to graduate.
A project. And are they managed entirely by supervision?
Are they
managed
entirely by supervision?
Yeah, there are, as I said, there is one main supervisor and the second supervisor.
Okay,
yeah. And they present also during an open event, and there can be a third person who can also give a grade.
Yeah. Very helpful research. Thank you.
Thank you. So we had one general presentation about quality and followed by 3 very concrete examples. I thank all presenters for participating in this session. We are all invited now to go to the Acropolis Museum, and I hope to see you all this evening during the dinner. Thank you very much.